Good morning, and welcome to the Advisory Commission on Special Education. April 17th meeting, we are delighted to have everyone in the room, members of the public who are in the room. Thank you for your investment of time, and for those who are joining us online, we are equally appreciative of your time and attention as well. With that, I will call the meeting to order. Denise, would you do the roll call for us?
Good morning. Commissioner, or Chair Tostin,
Present.
Commissioner Graff, Commissioner Estes, Commissioner Hamilton,
Did you guys see anything? Because I can't see anything
We can
because
see,
they're live.
you can see Commissioner Topalian, Commissioner Notch, Commissioner Groff. We can see you and hear you.
Heather,
Commissioner Liu, Commissioner Lopez,
I'll text her.
oh,
Commissioner Michaud,
Present.
Commissioner Notch, Commissioner Oyakawa,
Here.
Commissioner Ruiz,
Can anyone hear me?
Commissioner Snipes,
yes.
Present.
Commissioner Sorter, Commissioner Topalian,
She said they're working on it.
Commissioner Wilkins,
Here.
Commissioner Ding, and Commissioner Tux-Jargo.
Present.
Thank you. We'll move into communications and announcements. First announcement, we appear to be having some tech issues. We have a number of commissioners who needed to participate virtually today. Vice Chair Groff, Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Topalian, and I believe I saw Commissioner Lopez online previously. Right now, it appears that they cannot hear the audio from the room, and so we are working on that. Commissioners, another general announcement, if you are participating in the scoring of the Goal Award, we would ask that you please submit your score sheets so that they can be tallied before the committee time tomorrow. Additionally, commissioners have all received the forms for self-nomination to become an officer for 2024-25. Those also need to be submitted by the end of this meeting cycle. So please see Commissioner Michaud or Commissioner Wilkins, who are chairing the elections committee this year.
You guys can't hear anything either, right?
Actually.
I can hear you now.
Test, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Zoom appears to be working. Not sure why interpreters can't.
Can they hear us?
The one interpreter who is set as a panelist, myself, can see and hear those who just spoke.
You can't hear that?
I can hear what you just said.
I think you're probably okay.
But we can't hear the meeting. Like Dave, we can't hear anything with the meeting. We can't see anybody.
It's like the boardroom is muted, but let me see here. That's not muted in here.
Live, we can also hear you out here.
And my other interpreter is still blocked from coming on since she is an attendee.
David, we can't hear you.
Just a reminder for everyone, this is a live production of a public meeting. And so I believe that we have resolved it for the time being. Commissioner Topalian, can you hear me okay?
And if that doesn't change, the other interpreter won't be able to go on screen to sign since she doesn't have that capability as an attendee.
Also, another general announcement. Our interpreters who support our meeting or access to our meeting are joining us virtually today. And so they are also online. With that, I believe we have a swearing in of a commissioner. I'll just wait for. So we're just going to take a quick pause while we resolve our tech issues, and then we'll move on into the agenda. Until then, we'll all just sit here in awkward silence if that's all right with everyone. Good morning, and thank you for your patience. I think it could be summed up, the best laid plans of mice, men, and commissioners. And so with that, we'll get our meeting back on track. If everyone would please rise to salute the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, moving into announcements, we'll be adjusting our agenda. We have listed a swearing in of a commissioner. We are going to postpone the swearing in until tomorrow. That will help us catch up some time. And also, our state board report will also be transitioned to tomorrow to help facilitate the agenda. Outside of that, the agenda will remain the same. Our first item will be a presentation on the high-quality individualized education programs project. We will also have a presentation on the alternative pathways to a diploma. And item 3 will be postponed until tomorrow. We will move into lunch. Item 4 will begin at 1 o'clock promptly. This is where we have opportunities for members of the public to make general comments. Item 5, a presentation from the Community Engagement Initiative. Item 6, a presentation from the California Early Childhood Special Education Network. We'll then be taking a break and then moving into an update from our partners at the State SELPA Association, SELPA, Special Education Local Plan Administrators of California. We will close the day, and I want to encourage everyone to please save your energy for a training on Bagley-Keene regarding our requirements to host public meetings. Item 9, we will hear from commissioners in terms of our report out, as well as the state special schools, and we will close with general public comment. I will provide any updates or if there are subsequent changes to the agenda in the course of the meeting. There are 2 ways for the public to make comments, or 3 ways for the public to make comments in the meeting. For those who are joining us in the room, if you wish to make public comment at the end of the item, we would ask you to line up at the microphone in the back. And you have 2 minutes allotted to you. We ask that you please state your name and the organization, if there is any organization or agency that you are representing, and please keep your comments to 2 minutes. For members of the public who are joining us virtually, we will display a slide that contains all of the information for you to call in at the appropriate time and make public comment at the end of any agenda item. Additionally, any members of the public wishing to make public comment via email can email us at the email address located on the website or of the California Department of Education, and that information will also be displayed on a slide at the appropriate time. And Denise, I want to pause. Have we covered all the preliminaries in terms of roll call? Okay, with that, we will transition to our first presentation. I want to thank so much our friends, Heather, Leo, and Jennifer. I'm still reconciling my mind with everything that's going on, so I can only think of your first names now as my friends. And so they will give you more details about the project as well as introducing themselves. Thank you for your patience and flexibility.
So is the mic not on? Okay, now you can hear me. Great. I'm Heather DeFady. I am the SELPA director for East County SELPA by day, and by night I am the co-executive director of the High Quality Individualized Education Program, or IEP, project. And with me is Leo Mapagoo, the executive director for Santa Clara County SELPA, who is also our partner in this project. We also have today Dr. Jennifer Yales, who is an executive consultant and lead on our high quality IEPs project. Back at the ranch, we have Noreen Lippincott and Sarah Wildman, who are also supporting this very, very important work. And I just have to say, I am just so grateful for this opportunity to have this special education resource lead and to be engaged in this work, because it's really energizing and it's really exciting about the opportunities for our students within the state of California. So as we have embarked on this project, we have recognized that the IEP is a journey. It is not just the day of the meeting or that document. It is a journey for the families, the students, and the educators of before the meeting, what are we doing to prepare the family and the student and the other participants in the IEP meeting? What are we doing during the meeting? And how are we developing that IEP? And then what are we doing after the meeting? The implementation, the continued communication, so that the IEP meeting itself is not the only time that our families have the chance to interact with the providers of their services for their students. So we have really leaned into this journey, really thinking intentionally of before, during, and after. And as Jen will share with you later, you'll see that resonate in our website, as well as the different roles that individuals come to the IEP meeting, whether they're educators, families, or the student themselves. Oops. So our vision is we really envision a future in which districts or local educational agencies, including our charter schools, in partnership with families, have the capacity to develop high-quality IEPs, utilizing the best practices, which result in meaningful participation and educational benefit for our students. Our vision is rooted in equitable practices to intentionally remove barriers for both our students and our families, which we anticipate will result in positive academic and social emotional outcomes for our students. We have many goals within our project, but our main focus points for this project are to increase meaningful participation in the IEP process. And that is really what we've grounded ourselves in the first 8 or 9 months that we've been engaged in this work, is really focusing on cultivating opportunities for meaningful engagement. Our next phase will be supporting the soon-to-be-released IEP template. We do know the IEP expert panel has been convening, and they need to release their report by June 30th. And so once that is released, then our charge is to help support its implementation. And along the way, through this year and through the length of our grant, really building the capacity of families and students and educators, the general education leaders, And teachers, our administrative designees, and our service providers. So that's really the bulk of the work that we're engaging in. So our theory of action is rooted in if we're building these partnerships with families, students, local education agencies, the other special education resource leads, and the statewide system of support, our family empowerment centers, with the expansion that's occurred recently, and our California Department of Education and the CCEE, which is the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. If we partner with all of these different agencies that are doing amazing work, and we're building the capacity along the way to increase the knowledge of an IEP and ways to cultivate the participation and really being able to lift the student voice through that engagement, then we will have an increased student participation throughout the IEP process, and that will lead to increased self-awareness in the students' learning and increased student success. So you can see our goals. Our theory of action is based on the goals that we're accomplishing this year. I just wanted to share that, but I really wanted to share some of the research that we've been involved in throughout this year. So we started back in July of 2023, and as you may be aware, when a district or a charter school is identified for monitoring activities, some of the monitoring activities require that parent surveys be done. So the Seeds of Partnership is the contractor, I believe, for CDE for that monitoring survey when districts are identified in need of intensive support. So we collaborated with Seeds of Partnership to go through that data and really see where there were areas of need across the state and districts that were already identified for intensive monitoring. So based on that data, we looked at the lowest level of agreeability and the student staff communicating regularly with the families regarding their child's progress was a need that surfaced for us. And so that's why you really see us looking at that journey, the before, during, and after, so that it's just not that one-time connection with our families. We also identified a need in this district and school staff offering parents the help they may need to support their child at home and through their educational activities. And finally, through this survey, we found that the district staff offers information about the school and district and community groups and providing resources to parents. So those were some areas that rose to the top based on the surveys that were processed through Seeds of Partnership. And then also we connected with the Intensive Monitoring Unit, Barbara Gaskin and Jack Brimhall here at the California Department of Education, and helped go through the ed benefit reviews that those districts that were identified for intensive monitoring, what were some areas within the IEP that were struggles for those districts, and which resulted in impacts to the educational benefit for our students. So we saw that there was a need to create IEPs that included a direct relationship between the present levels, the goals, and the educational services, so that through line of the IEP. So that was an area of need. And how and what program modifications can be provided to assist our students with disabilities to access the general education curriculum and extracurricular activities, and then the necessity and value of reports of progress. So those are some areas that we're always keeping in the back of our mind of areas of need for the field as we're developing our resources within this project. We also reached out to the California Department of Education's compliance resolution unit, and we asked them for data on compliance complaints that had been filed by parents and other parties against districts and charter schools. And we tried to look for themes there to find areas where there might be opportunities for training across the state. And what we heard loud and clear was timelines. So we are keeping that piece in mind. We do have some resources on timelines that we've already shared out, but we're trying to make sure that all of those different areas of need across the state that are already surfaced through these existing activities, we really dug into to base our work on the field. In addition to reviewing all of that data, we did do an open survey across the state. We had over 100 participants. This occurred between August and October, so about 2 months into our project, we started the survey, and we see where, based on their different roles that they're coming to the IEP process, the resources and supports that they would like to see as part of our website. So educators were looking for agendas, parent training resources, information on parental rights, just simple, basic information on IEPs. We've got a lot of interns out there and a lot of staffing shortages, so having even fundamental resources is really important to the field. They wanted information on goals and best practices. Our parents also wanted information on IEP basics, inclusive opportunities, training, and resources for them, as well as connection to parent agencies and information on meaningful engagement. So we asked the families, what did they hope they would have known at the beginning of the IEP process for their child? Like, if you could go back in time, what would you have wanted somebody to be able to tell you? And so we gathered some information about that as well, how the IEP process works, more about educational benefit. We talk about that, but it's such a nebulous term, really helping our families understand how that all ties together, the goal writing, support for families, and they wanted information on compliance requirements. We have tried to encourage student voice, which is sometimes difficult because we don't have access to all students. We have reached out to the student commissioners, and we're looking forward to dialoguing with them in the near future. We're also working with different projects and seeing different ways we can cultivate that student voice, because that is the crux of the work. Our whole focus is getting the student voice in the IEP, so it's important and vital to this work that we have student voice in this planning process. So we're looking forward to that. We have developed resources that are already shared out on our website of ways that teachers and parents can cultivate student voice at the IEP team level. So we have those resources that students can use, parents can use with their students, teachers can use to help bring the student voice to the IEP. And we have different trainings, and we're getting input through from teachers on their involvement of students and getting the student voice through our teachers and participation in different activities. So we are grounding all of that research and that data collection that we've done and really leaning in, as I said, this first year in meaningful participation. This is our theme for the year and going forward. So why? Why did we land on participation? We know that we do have those requirements under the federal law, the Individual with Disabilities Education Improvement Act. We have the obligation to communicate with parents. We have prior written notices, procedural safeguards. A lot of that is one-way communication that a district or charter school is just providing to the parent. We do have also some parent participation and student-level decision-making with the consent to the IEP, eligibility determinations, having the parent's voice as an IEP team member, and we do have alternate means where parents can communicate and they have information. They can access their child's record at any time. So we know we have these procedural requirements, but we do know, and I think our slides got flipped, we do know through these procedural requirements, the goal is to make substantive impact. It is not just about checking the box that we've done those things, but those things were put into law so that the hope was that we would have these substantive outcomes for our students and our families would have this participation. So we really believe that there's a continuum of engagement, and we want to move past just informing our families about the IEP process, but really having them move towards the continuum of involving and being engaged and leading the discussions. And that is also a way that we can build trust with our families. What we're seeing is a lot locally with our alternative dispute resolution data, broken trust is at the heart of a lot of that. And through this engagement and meaningful participation, we feel that is a way to build that trust. So our students also have some procedural requirements under IDEA that whenever it's appropriate, the student can be involved. We know at age 16, the transition age, they are involved, and the transfer of rights at age 18. We also believe that there is a continuum for our student involvement. So when we're saying student-led IEPs, we probably all have a different thought that pops into mind. It might be you're envisioning a high schooler leading their IEP or doing a presentation about themselves. But when we're talking about student participation or student-centered IEPs, we are really intentionally thinking about all ages and ability levels. We are already talking at the preschool level of how can a preschooler, I saw, preschool, I got Commissioner Snipes. We are looking for ways that students can participate. Whether we don't want the IEP to take place with no contribution from the student, and the contributions can be individualized for those students. Some students might participate in some preparation before the IEP meeting. They might talk about what's hard for them at school with a parent or one of their teachers or service providers. They might talk about, well, in this class, this is easier for me because this teacher provides notes. Or it can be as easy at the preschool level of, I like doing this activity, I don't like doing this, this is hard. So we are looking at a variety of ways through this continuum of building resources and training for teachers and parents of how to cultivate this engagement at a variety of levels. So we are thinking through communication boards. We are thinking through all of those pieces. We're still in the infancy stages here, but this is where we see this going of building the resources and capacity through the system of engaging students throughout the process. Okay, I think I'm done.
Thank you, Heather. I think as we look at why is this all important for us, I think meaningful engagement has been our focus, our emphasis this year. We want to make sure that that the work that we do has an impact for our students. So the question that we have is, how does this impact high-quality IEPs? Well, it does for three things that elevate to the top. One is our legal obligations to do so. Another is to make sure that we enhance our relationships, our partnerships with our families, with our parents. And last but not least, we want to make sure that we prepare our students to be successful in the future, not just to be successful in the here and now. So in terms of helping us meet our legal obligations, it was mentioned that there are procedural obligations. There's also substantive obligations. We're in education in the business of providing supports and services and outcomes to students, and not just doing check boxes, making sure that things are compliant. We want to make sure that the work that we do has outcome, has an impact to our students and to our families. In terms of enhancing relationships and partnerships, meaningful participation helps to build that relationship. If there is meaningful participation in the IEP process, it allows for discussion, it allows for insights and ideas. Sometimes those discussions might be difficult, but having those discussions help us address issues, help us work together, help us build trust. It also ensures that our decision-making is inclusive, that we are open to other possibilities, open to other perspectives, and open to other thinkings. It also helps us avoid blind spots, because there are things that from my perspective or another team member's perspective, they might not be seeing, but a parent can provide a perspective that a teacher might not have, or a student might provide his or her own perspectives. Creating an opportunity to grow from one another is something that we want to ensure happens as part of that meaningful participation. As our students grow from preschool all the way to high school, we want them to have that growth mindset, to have them be successful, and as we have those IEPs with parents, we build those relationships through that meaningful participation. Another piece is increases clarity and cohesion when we have that relationship and partnership, and also making sure that it's an opportunity for us to problem solve on issues, make sure that things are represented, and as we work together, as we build trust, as we have that meaningful participation, it reduces our conflict. We come to the table with an open mind, building trust, working towards student outcomes. The third, meaningful participation helps us build student skill set for post-secondary success. We want our students to be successful, productive citizens at the end of their educational career. That's our focus. Our focus is not just on the here and now with the students, but where do we want our students to be after they graduate? And we want to make sure that we prepare them for that success. And when they meaningfully participate in their own education, in their own program, in their own process, it helps develop advocacy skills. They are self-determined to become more successful. They're going to increase their self-confidence. They will have greater knowledge about their ability as well as the needs that they have in order to advocate for what will help them successful. That meaningful participation also allows students to be part of that decision-making process. Like Heather mentioned, even at the preschool level, they can start providing contributions on what things can be successful for them in the classroom. And also, hopefully, towards the end of their close to the end of their educational career, that meaningful participation will improve their transition outcomes. We are still at our infancy. We started back in July. We've just begun, and so far, our focus on meaningful participation is one thing. We've cultivated awareness. We've participated in different presentations. We've had 16 presentations, over 700 participants. We have presented at the ACSE conference, our other partner, our sister resource leads. It's important that as we start this process, we cultivate awareness with our parents, with our educational partners, with other statewide system of support agencies, so that they know that we are here to support outcomes for students with disabilities. We've also partnered locally in San Diego with Exceptional Family Resource Center to make sure that we start building capacities and our relationships with our family empowerment centers and family resource centers. We've developed and released new resources for parents, and we continue to collaborate to create additional resources and binders for parents as we help them go through the IEP journey for their students. It's important that we do not work in silos, that we are just one part of the IEP process. There are other agencies that we need to partner with, other experts within the statewide system of support. We've recognized that we are just but one resource lead, and we need to make sure that we work with other agencies so that we deliver the same messaging, we share the same resources, and we support the needs of students here in California. Our work with high-quality IEP has also intertwined with CDE's compliance and improvement monitoring. We've provided technical assistance. We've been a technical assistance provider for 7 districts that are in intensive monitoring, and part of our responsibility was to provide implementation support. We conduct monthly meetings with our districts that we support to ensure that there is implementation of the plan that they have put together, and also providing support with quarterly reports to CDE so that we document our district's effort to ensure success in their monitoring plan.
All right, I get the fun part. And I am going to share with you, they both work. I'm going to share with you our new resource, or our new online webpage. And so you'll notice here, this is high quality IEPs.net. And what we've tried to do is to, like we said in the beginning, acknowledge the journey is different for educators, students, and parents, and allow them a space and a place to come and have that journey. And so on our homepage, we'll notice that when we scroll down, that first you're going to pick your path, like who are you that's coming to the website? And so your role in this, you're a family, you're a student, or an educator, you can first navigate here. And so if I'm a family, I'm going to choose family. Of course, anybody can look at anywhere. But here I am as a family, and I'm going to, where do I want to go and find the resources? We try to make it as simple and as intuitive as possible that, and prevent being overwhelmed. So if they're just starting the journey or they want to learn more about what happens before the journey, they can click on Before the Journey and find resources that have been clustered together based on our research. We found that some families want more emotional support, their own awareness about the process and their role in it, some procedural support, or just preparation and how to prepare for the IEP. And then we've also connected them with more community and statewide resources as well. So for example, if I clicked on Preparing for the IEP, we have tip sheets for families, English to Spanish glossary, and a couple of bigger ticket resources that we'll share with you later as well, but include checklists, just basic, what do I do before the IEP, during, and after? And understanding the difference between an individual family service plan and an actual IEP. And then how parents can gather information to bring to the IEP, to be a contributing member. And often we're asked families, what do you find that are your strengths and needs of your child? And we want to help families come to that IEP to be a partner, an equal voice in that journey, that meeting. So you'll find here, and you can also go to the top, the IEP journey, and you can choose again who you are and you want to explore. So if you're an educator, you may be an administrative designee and you want to know more about what can happen during that, or a general education teacher. A lot of voice out there to support general education teachers, or how special education staff can support general education teachers in this process as well, or special education providers. So this is just a little bit of a glimpse. We also have our partners in the process, like Leo was sharing. We want to make sure we're connecting to other resources within the statewide system of support. We have additional resources and events. And one upcoming event we have right now, I'll take the time to do a little plug. We're doing a student-led, student-centered IEP process. And a goal is to invite educators to come to see how you can meaningfully involve students in the IEP process. And our goal is to have hundreds of educators over the next couple of years, and really take some data and collect on how we can increase participation at all ages and with abilities in students in representing themselves in the IEP process. So that is an upcoming training that actually starts next week. So we welcome our friends to come and join us in that. So that is our website. Let me go back to our PowerPoint presentation and we will wrap it up. Oops, not from the beginning. Everybody close your eyes, I apologize. So examples of our resources, like we said before, we have the Building on Our Strengths. We have that for educators, for families, and for students themselves to write down their strengths and weaknesses, how they learn, their preferences. We also have checklists for before, during, and after for educators, families, and students. Part C to Part B information, so that transition from the babies and the early education into IEPs. And we also have our newest resource, which is Empowering Every Voice. This is taken from the California Department of Ed Family Engagement, and we've adapted it to how do you vision for building meaningful participation in your local context. It starts with the vision. And so creating that vision, working through what you imagine it would be like for families and students and educators, and then collecting that current reality, the data along that is our environment supporting this now? What's missing in it? Getting the voices of others, and then developing some goals around it and implementing meaningful participation. All right, and then we are excited that we have just released new resources for our families in Spanish. And we have 3 additional languages coming, the top 4 languages that our families are in with IEPs. So that's exciting. All right.
Okay. So as you can see, we've been busy over only 8 months worth of work. And this is just a passion project, I think, for all of us. So this year, we've really grounded ourselves in researching, partnering with our local Family Resource Center and Family Empowerment Center, Exceptional Family Resource Center in San Diego, as well as all of this statewide system of support and special education resource leads. Next year, after the IEP template is released, we really anticipate our focus will be on ensuring we have support for the new template. We've all seen the preview of the previous work group report, and so we have some insight into what might be on the horizon. So you'll see a lot of that building student voice, building student engagement. We're preparing for what that template will look like, more than just being like a de facto law firm. We want to really focus on supporting this new template. So next year, we'll really be grounding our educational partners, our general education teachers, our administrative destinies, and our special education providers. Year 3, our focus is really building the capacity of parents and making sure that they are prepared in the new template as well. So we're not going to do this in silos. There will be overlap as we're going along, so don't think we're ignoring parents until year 3, not at all. And then year 4, we really, in year 3, want to build the capacity along the way of not only the template, but the participation of the student in the IEP process. I know there are pockets across the state where this is already occurring, but it's not a standard routine thing that our students' voices are lifted up in the IEP process. So we need to prepare the educators to help support that. Then we also have to prepare our families for their student's voice to be lifted and to also allow their student. You know, some parents may have varying views on that. And then in year 4, we have to make sure that the students themselves are prepared. So we anticipate that we will be providing resources and materials in year 4 directly for students, and then year 5, continuing building the capacity. So we are super excited about this opportunity and all that we hope that the future holds for our students within California. So we will end there and ask if there are any questions from the commissioners.
So commissioners who are online, I'd ask that you raise your hand in Zoom if you would like to make a comment, and commissioners on the dais, I'll be kind of tracking who has comments. I see 3 to my left, and 2 online, and so I'll break the ice. Thank you so much. I so appreciate the spirit and intent of the work, specifically recognizing the journey and the emotional support that's needed. Walking into a room to discuss my child, that's not the only hour of my day. And so recognizing what our parents and our students are investing of themselves in the process and being willing to learn and be supportive of that is, I think, very consistent with one of our priorities as a commission to uplift student and parent voice and caregiver voice. The most important place that is the IEP table. And so thank you so much for sharing the resources. I would also highlight a potential partner. Dee Torrington is in the room with the California Transition Alliance. So as you are looking for students,
We've already connected with the California Transition Alliance, and I believe Dee is on the delegation. We reached out to California Transition Alliance, which led to a great opportunity for Jen and I, and along with Dee, are on the California delegation to INTACT, which is the National Center on National TA Center on Transition. Yes, and so California Transition Alliance is participating in the training that Jen highlighted. So we are really looking at all of the educational partners within the state of California. So we are excited to partner with Department of Rehab, members from California Department of Education Special Ed Division, and California Transition Alliance in that delegation to do the statewide planning. So we're really excited about that.
I'll just reverberate what I heard. Looking forward to partnering with anyone and everyone and all. So anyone who's on the call.
Better together, absolutely. We are better together. We've got to be efficient with our resources, and we've got to not duplicate and clobber each other. We've got to link arms, and this is important work for our students. And even in the next presentation, that worked too.
Well, thank you so much to all of you. I will transition to my left. We'll go Commissioner Tuggs, Jargle, Oyakawa, and then Wilkins, and then we will transition to the right of the dais and then online.
Hi, thank you so much for presenting. I definitely agree. Student voice is the main aspect of our system. One of my things is, because outside of school, I mentor a lot of Mongolian American families, and they struggle with, and a lot of other people, and they struggle with advocating for their children. So my question is or comment, it's whenever we have IEP meetings, the struggle for me is, how do I get my parents to actually advocate for me? How do they actually speak in? Because a lot of times when students have multiple languages or identified a second language, they have these translators, but sometimes these translators will translate something that's very different what that parent actually means. So I feel like in this area, as you develop and grow more, I feel like this is something that you should also see, that a lot of families who are bilingual, multilingual, they all struggle with trying to advocate. And that's something that I'm trying to work with. And I did a presentation with families, and I'm teaching them you need to advocate for your child, because for me, I self-advocated for 5 years of my life, and to advocate for myself, it's always a struggle because I'm trying to push my parents you need to advocate for me. I mean, it's working well. I mean, they have advocated me successfully, but it's a struggle that I see in many, many families.
Well, another connection, if you've already got something, we would love to crowdsource and build upon what you've already done. But I do hear you. We do have, as you can see, we're building our resource library in other languages. That is a process that takes, unfortunately, a little bit of time, but we are doing that. I know within my own SELPA, we have looked at training for the interpreters, because one, it's a very complex language. It's special education is like a whole nother language unto itself. We often find that some languages do not have the words that equate to what we think they do in English. In our area, there are a lot of Arabic-speaking families, and some of the words that are used by the interpreters have a very different meaning in other languages. So we're trying to, as one of our resources is a glossary, so we're trying to cultivate glossaries in other languages, because interpreters may not have all the specialized technological language that we use. And it's another plug, Commissioner Barbara Schulman always said, don't use jargons and acronyms, and that is another reason why we need to make sure the language is accessible to all of our families at the table. But we'd love to learn from what experiences you already have and any trainings you're doing so that we can build upon that. So thank you.
One additional comment, timely too, with the Family Empowerment Center, we just had a discussion about meeting parents where they're at, and teaching and creating self-awareness around our own perceptions as moms and dads of students with disabilities. What are our own beliefs around and mental models around disabled children that are disabled, right? And so what did I grow up thinking? Where does that belief come from that's, then influencing my action? So teaching families that reflection, understanding our own mental models, and why we have the beliefs we do. So that was a very important discussion, which I think then either helps us to become a better advocate or prevents us from advocating as parents too, or can be a potential barrier.
Thank you. Actually, I wanted to add on. I absolutely agree. I wanted to first thank you for already starting with adding the Spanish language and other languages, and that is a huge project. But it's so basic and so important. But I think, as has been discussed, there's often a cultural issue, and I think it sounds like you are already working with, especially family empowerment, to reaching out to families, because sometimes the inclination to advocate strongly for your child is not a natural one for many reasons. And I think having the structure, what you are doing, is a really good first step, because for a lot of parents, it's just the basics that we don't know. And as a parent of a student with disabilities in my own district, my own community, and amongst friends and families, I already see just the wide variety of levels of advocacy and involvement on the parent side. And we were just talking earlier about the amazing resources the state actually has, and not being able to access it is a huge obstacle. And so what you've created here, I think, is a really good first step, because we would all like to see more equity in access to these resources, so that all children, regardless of where their parents are coming from, are able to get the same resources and support that they need. So thank you. I think this is a great first step. I love that your website, when you talk about who you are in this game, the student was in the center. I think that was intentional. So thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I do want to just echo all the great work that you're doing. And also I wanted to say how excited I am about the general education resources on there. Starting off as a general educator, I had no idea what I did not know. And as I jumped into the special ed realm, I realized how much I needed to learn in that area. So I think that that's a great resource, and I really appreciate having that. In terms of student voice, I heard a lot of conversation about age ranges with that student voice, and I really appreciate that also as a parent of a student with an IEP in second grade, having to do a lot of advocacy, getting her involved in that process. I really appreciate reaching down into those younger ages. I also have questions about students with other challenges like behavioral health, mental health challenges, cognitive disabilities. How is their voice going to be included in the IEP process? Because oftentimes they're our most challenging students to work with, and oftentimes they are end up dropping out at higher rates or end up not graduating at higher rates. And also those youth who don't have the strong family or resources and are involved in other systems like our social welfare system or our justice system. How are we going to incorporate and kind of break down some of those barriers with other systems within the state that that simultaneously serve students?
I'll start first with the variability of our students. And so I think as we are looking at that learner variability, we are calling on the experience of us as educators and also the partners that we're working with to make sure that we are intentional in all needs and supports that students need based on their individual variability. So it's not necessarily by this particular disability or this age range. We are trying to really, one of the projects we're working on is called UDLing the IEP. We are partnering with the other special education resource leads, Open Access, Muse, Supporting Inclusive Practices, and SIP, Pathways. And Pathways to Partnership. And we're UDLing, like where in the journey are there barriers? And what ways can we make that barrier more accessible for all students? So not only just the IEP process and their voice, but like through the whole process, speaking to parents, what are barriers parents might face? And through our different special ed resource leads, trying to come up with, from our lens, what's the way, pathways to partnership with their alternative dispute resolution, and what are some ways they can remove some barriers. So we're looking through considering all the needs of our in age spans, including those with a variety of needs. As far as students who may not have parents or family members or guardians who might not be as engaged, our goal is, and we've already seen pockets or bright spots across the state before we've even done anything, where there are teachers that are already, it's the teacher who is supporting the student and helping lift that student voice, whether it's a general education teacher, special education teachers or providers, or a combination, where we're hoping that we can build resources that teachers can also use, parents can use, and for our teachers to make sure that no matter where that student is, they have ways to help lift their voice. So that's our hope.
And one of the things is demystifying that this is something abstract that can't be obtainable by the student or the family. So having these discussions at earlier ages to talk about that we all learn differently and we all have different accommodations that we need in life, disabled, labeled or not, and bringing that to the forefront at an earlier age and talking about that with students and with families to then create over time the trust in that relationship so they can participate and feel like they want to do that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Estes Snipes.
Thanks so much. This is amazing, and I love that you really started with vision and mindset, like having that shared vision and mindset and that shift maybe in some ways from where we've been. And so I'm just wondering, have you gone into like pre-service? I know you're doing in-service, but pre-service work? Because I think
Commissioner Graff has already connected us with it's CAPSE, not public school, but CAPSEs and TED, which are the pre-service teachers. So we're working with their board of higher institutes of higher ed in the pre-service programs, where we're trying to connect with their board to have a presentation so that we can also open up these trainings to pre-service teachers, so that as they're coming into our system, they've already received some support in understanding a new vision for student participation in the IEP process. And today at 4, we have at the airport, virtually, the Council for Exceptional Children, San Jose State is offering a session through the Council for Exceptional Children, and we are doing an introduction to our project and inviting anybody who's in CEC, if they're a student member or an in-service teacher. So yes, we agree, the pre-service teachers need to be a part of this work from the get-go.
yeah, I think it's the people coming behind us, I guess, that I have just think we have so much possibility for reform. And then that just brings me to another partner. And by the way, I love your like partnership focus on, you're all an ecosystem providing this support, and I think that's what it's going to take. So I really appreciate that. And +1 on that. The peer support network, I was really involved in getting peer support out into the schools, peer-to-peer support.
Great.
So I'm just thinking about
We leverage something.
leveraging the peer-to-peer support, because oftentimes when I'm working in the field, they'll say, well, we don't really know what to focus on in our peer-to-peer support necessarily. So this seems like an area where they could really support their peers maybe, so.
Great, we'll connect with you offline. Okay, thanks. Thank you. More people to meet with.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say really quickly that I, coming from a technical assistance provider lens, that having your resources available when I'm doing my work is incredible. And the user friendliness for everyone is just amazing. So looking forward to continuing our work together.
Thank you. We're super excited about what the future holds.
And so those of you who are online, I see 2 comments or 3, and Commissioner Snipes will facilitate that.
Commissioner Topalian, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for this presentation. It's wonderful. I know it's been a long journey to get to this point. And I have a couple of questions. Will interpreters also receive some sort of training in the sense of like more of the IEPs and how to navigate those things and bringing in the whole cultural sensitivity. Because sometimes, as I think, Heather, you mentioned something about how the words don't translate, and I do agree with that. Sometimes the words are not translatable in different languages and they just come out harsher. So maybe understanding about what an IEP is or what that looks like, and then having to work from that perspective. And also some of that cultural sensitivity that goes with it when presenting information. Could you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you. I'm contemplating an answer. Yes, the interpreter training I spoke of was within my own SELPA, so my day job, not my night job of the High Quality IEPs grant. But that is definitely something we can look to, lift statewide. We can also look to see what other resources there are out. I know the California Department of Education, maybe 2006-ish, did a guide on translating for the school system. So maybe we can borrow from some of that research to build something. But as we're building this variability and preparing for not only our learner variability, but our adults and our parents' variability, we are working on a project for binder. So you're probably thinking like on my shelf a binder. It's a very interactive tool that will land in a Canvas platform, so an online platform where we have a variety of resources. Our goal is to have that out by June. But I think within our Canvas platform, we could definitely build in some of those resources for interpreters along the way, and that cultural sensitivity. We will take note of that and make sure we're being mindful of that as we grow our resources.
Great, thank you. And my second question is, is there a possibility, or is there, I've just glanced at the website and I think it's great, but something about like the pre-IEP, also including all the different things that could be possibly done within the multi-tiered systems of support, even as a student who is transitioning, let's say, or is being exited out of an IEP. What are some of the tools, like, will there be like, how the school could keep supporting them if they are out of the, if they get exited out of the IEP?
I'd really like to mull that over. We have a lot of other resources within the statewide system of support that are addressing multi-tier system of support, and I want to stay in my lane. There are times we'll carpool with other partners, but I don't want to get too far out of our charge and the scope of our grant. So that's something maybe we could link to as another statewide system of support, but I'd like to think of that through that further of how we could weave in that support. You do know we like to partner, so we will find a way to weave it in.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Ruiz, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the beautiful presentation and the very impactful work that you're doing. I really want to highlight and express my appreciation for how you mentioned trust, because I feel that is huge. And teaching all sides of the table to have conversations around trust could just be an amazing force and help to just progress this whole movement. Also, I loved how you spoke about all abilities of students being involved with their high quality IEPs, because it's wonderful that there's some students out there that can probably do a PowerPoint presentation, but there's other students that can't do that or are being developed in that area, but can still be a huge part of their IEPs. And then just lastly, wanted to ask, how do you plan to work with FECs?
We do have a partnership and regular meetings with the Family Empowerment Center in the San Diego area, EFRC, Exceptional Family Resource Center. We also have collaborated quite a bit with Robin Ryan from Seeds of Partnership, and she is kind of orchestrating the communication and collaboration among FECs throughout the state. So we are also working with their team And Jen, did you have more to add in with
Yeah,
that work?
With regards to seeds, right now we're doing a gap analysis to align our resources related to our project, what resources already exist, and then what needs to kind of backfill what doesn't exist, and create that through line. And in doing so, Robin with Seeds, as she is doing the same as well within the Family Empowerment Center, more looking at what are the needs and what currently exist. So we have been meeting monthly to partner in that data exchange. So I think that will give us and inform our work a lot as well. And then moving forward, that partnership will continue as well.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Lopez?
Good morning, and thank you so much for this presentation. I've been doing IEPs. Well, my daughter's 21 now, so she's still in the system. So we're still doing IEPs. I think you hit the nail right on the head when it comes to trust. That's going to be the key to all of the work you're doing, and I'm sure you know that. And it won't happen overnight. I was going to ask you what resources you have, but I think you have plenty of them and are obviously welcoming more. Sometimes I think about all the obstacles that we parents face, and then some other parents that I've had the pleasure of meeting throughout this journey. And one of them might be in the in your particular area, that there might be a survey that goes out that's anonymous to what parents are feeling and their concerns. And I think parents really will share, because I think some parents are just afraid of the backlash or something that would affect the services of their children. Because I talk to parents and they are nervous to sit in a group of an IEP, and it's very intimidating. It's very intimidating still for me, and I feel like I'm an expert. So I think culturally, and the language barriers and the respect that parents have for the administrators, they don't want to ruffle anyone's feathers at the expense of just sitting back and not having the services or the guidance for their child's success. Lastly, I think we've all spoken on this, that all of our kids are at different levels in terms of communicating, but who best speaks the language of our kids is we do as parents. Like my daughter is Isabella, and I speak Bella language. So she could say 3 words and I know what she means, whereas somebody out in the community would not even know what she's asking or wanting or needing. So I think that when we talk about our kids, individuals advocating for themselves, sometimes they won't be able to do a slideshow or a presentation or speak so eloquently on what their needs are, and that doesn't mean they don't have them. So I think that sometimes right up into the very transition of the next level, it will be us parents speaking, and that's really difficult for some parents to do. So and then lastly, I look at the meetings notices that I receive with all the paperwork, which is also very intimidating, because I have many people come and ask me, what does this mean? And do I have to sign this? They're a fear of signing. And I think that when we look at the economics of what goes on in the world and in California here, it's getting more difficult for parents. So, what's available for them to have a meeting in the middle of the day, to be given, two dates, come at 1 o'clock on this day or 3 o'clock on this day, because it's the only time that fits in, whereas parents are working, then that means they don't have a voice. So how we fix it, I don't know. Maybe have a Zoom available during their lunch hour. Maybe they can submit something early on, what their concerns are, what their needs are. So there's some pre-work on that. And I think those are all resources that you're still working on. But I've tried to do that in my district, and I've been successful. But there's many parents that don't know how to do that. And we need to make sure that they know that's available to them, so they have a voice for their kiddo. So just again, thank you for everything you're doing and the work. I've been in this since Bella was a first grader, kindergartner, and we've come a long way. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your questions and input. Denise, if I can ask you to share the slide for public comment, and I'll ask anyone in the room who wishes to make public comment to begin lining up. So I just want to thank you again for the presentation, all the information, and your work, and just the leadership that you provided. This, all three of you have provided the state over a number of years, and to see all of that being poured into something as important as the high-quality IEP project is very affirming. And so we look forward to tracking your work. Commissioners, I've already put a plug-in and a request for another visit from the team next year so we can monitor the progress and learn along with everyone else. So thank you so much. Okay. I see no public comments in the room. So we will pause for a moment. Oh, one. Car, please. Yeah. Pause for a moment.
Caller ending in.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
So, public comment online, if we could ask you to hold for 1 second. We are finishing up public comment in the room, and then you will be the next.
I just wanted to make the comment that I appreciate so much, and SECO appreciates so much, the relationship that we have with the SELPAs. They are invaluable to us in providing guidance and helping us stay current on all of the requirements that we have, and just thanks.
Any additional public comments in the room? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room and transition to public comment online.
Yeah.
Caller ending in 1331. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Your time starts now.
Hello. My name is Roxanne Palestino. I am a mother of 2 daughters and preschool, both with disabilities in the San Isidro district. So that means we're south of the border of San Diego. I love how you guys have the resource center up there in San Diego, but down here we have the South County SELPA, which they don't even have a CAC. It's been over 13 years without the state mandated CAC. We've been trying to form this. We've been going district to district since it's a multi-district SELPA, trying to recruit parents. And I strongly believe that who is the person, like, they're not listening to us. There's no trust. Like the IPs down here, a lot of the parents are Spanish speaking. So they've been taking advantage. They're not giving us the services that we need. There's a lot of, so who is the person like in charge of, or there should be a system where all these things and trainings, teachers don't even know. There's a lot of permit teachers that don't know what they're doing in these IEPs. So, I mean, we just kind of get stuck to the side. No one really listens to us because we're down next to the border. So, I mean, we need your help. There's no trust. There's no transparency. So, I mean, there's a lot of good things that you guys are trying to do, but who's going to implement it? You can't go based off trust. Why aren't these IEP trainings for parents being done before their kids go into pre-K? They have the potential if they receive all these services right now that they're little, and they just kind of push preschool aside. And so I think if you guys really care about this, you guys should take a trip down here and to the 6 southern districts and really see what's going on with your own eyes. Our board meetings are not being video live streamed or recorded, none of the things. So, I mean, we're there, we're protesting, we have signs, we've been trying, we've been sending, we've been filing complaints, and no one's listening to us. You guys are all the way in Sacramento, but what about San Isidro, like right where California starts? We need your support.
Thank you for your time. Your time is up. Caller.
Hi everyone, this is Em.
Caller ending in 001. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Your time starts now.
Thank you so much. My name is Pam Ragland. I have an organization of parents of autistic and ADHD kids. I've got about 2,000 parents in California. So just a few comments because I'm not going to get to everything, and I will also send you an email. First of all, I appreciate the work that you're doing. Having been doing this for quite a long time now, a couple of decades. I want to say that the biggest problem you're going to have, I believe, is trust from the parents, because there's a lot of retaliation occurring. And unfortunately, it's not just the Southern District. I support schools all over the state of California. We have a lot of retaliation whenever parents try to exercise their rights for their kids. And I won't even go into the multiple stories that I could tell you, but I'm going to say that that's going to reduce trust, especially when you have a website that's from the state of California. People are not going to trust it. So I like the idea of it, but I think that there's a lot of work that's going to be done. And I'm going to say that I like the idea also of including the students. However, once again, I think the parents are not going to trust that, because then they're going to feel like you're trying to separate the kids from their parents, and the parents who want to fiercely advocate for their kids are going to feel like they cannot trust the school and the system to educate their kids properly. So I think you've really got some foundational work to do. It feels to me like everyone sincerely wants to do a good job with your presentation and what you're doing, and I appreciate that. I'm just saying I think those are some things that you're going to have a challenge with. I think you should also be reviewing due process data, because I'm going to say, having filed many CDE complaints, they're hit or miss. Maybe about half of them are accurate, maybe even less. When they come back and they don't always follow the law, it's very frustrating, since it's one of the free resources that parents have to try to make a correction. And then, the animosity will decrease as IEPs are actually implemented. So the biggest problem is getting these things implemented, having the right IEP, and that is going to increase the trust factor. So anyway, I will send, also, you seem to be missing the voice of the advocates and the parent attorneys. I will send some additional written suggestions to you, but those are my main highlights, and I really want to thank you for the time you've taken to do this.
Thank you, caller. Thank you for your time. Your time is up. Caller ending in 4136. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have 2 minutes. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Bené Loftus. I'm the administrator for the Antelope Valley SELPA, and I want to thank the High Quality IEP team for presenting today, and I do look forward to hearing about the resources that you're providing to the LEAs. My LEAs do use your website, and I have been sharing your resources with them, and we are excited to see what you bring to the table and all the trainings that you're developing. Thank you.
Caller ending in 1208. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have 2 minutes. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Kenia Peraza. I'm from the South Bay, also from San Isidro. I'm a mother of one kid diagnosed with autism. And I share deeply the same concerns with Roxanne, who just spoke. Here, nobody even knows sometimes what is an IEP. They don't know the importance of what an IEP is. And all of the Spanish-speaking people, those are the ones who don't know the importance. Who need help every step of the way. There's a lot of misinformation with all of the types of evaluations, assessments, and one of the biggest problems is that here the teachers are not fully qualified, and not even, I mean, highly qualified, that's not even an option here. Most of the teachers here are interns, and we don't have even teachers. We have substitutes. So, you know, for a kid with an IEP, they need routines. So there's no routines implemented in some of the classrooms here. And so parents don't know a lot of the importance. And this is where our district is failing us. And we know, I know a lot of people from other districts here in the South Bay who are also experiencing the same problems. The districts are failing us to educate the parents, and they're not giving the full services to all of us. And they are doing this. They're saying that general ed is the same as special ed, which, well, it's clearly not. So we just want for our districts to be more prepared.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 3750. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 2 minutes. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Ms. Tran. Hello, my name is Ms. Tran. I'm a parent in the Clovis Unified School District. Please advise me on how equity is achieved for students with disabilities when Clovis Unified District SOPA Director, Ms. Teresa Pafford, has allowed public funds, basically taxpayers' money, to litigate against parents of disabled students. I do not approve the use of public funds for this. My district has spent more than $40,000.
I would like to pause and remind members of the public wishing to make public comment that the public comment is currently being heard for the current topic on the agenda only. And so public comments are limited to the topics that are on the agenda. The topic at hand currently is the high-quality IEP presentation. Are there any additional public comments in the queue?
Yeah, I have not finished.
Okay, are your comments related to the high-quality IEP presentation?
Yeah, yeah, I have not finished yet.
I'm sorry, please continue.
Okay, can I continue? Okay, thank you for allowing me to continue. So my district has spent more than $48,000 on hiring legal counsel to IEP meetings. So how is this educational equity when parents do not have legal representation? You know, this is not only oppression, but also structural ableism to not give disabled children a chance to be successful in life. In fact, because of my advocacy and trying to help my child's IEP, I have not been given access to meaningful participation, but instead have been placed on a communication plan. So how can we...
Thank you for your time, caller. Your time is up. There are no more callers at this time.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all the comments that were made, and I think it underscores the recognition of the work of building trust that the state and leaders and parents will continue to work on. With that, we will shift into item 2, the alternative pathways to diplomas. Heather, thank you so much for doing double duty today to help us clarify questions on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you for having me back. I'm Heather DeFede. I'm the SELPA director for East County SELPA, which is in the San Diego area. So today I'm going to present on the alternative pathways to a diploma in California. And as I'm starting this presentation, I just want to put this out there that I'm just a SELPA director who just it's been another project of mine. And it really comes out of the need that we surfaced within our SELPA. One of my district directors, Rose Tagnisi, was amazing at wanting to get this in place for her students and really had a lot of great questions that I couldn't answer at the beginning. So I really dug into it, and within our San Diego area, we really dug into it countywide. We had Tiffany Hazelwood from San Diego, who is also really active in sharing her resources and materials. So I just want to thank them for pushing us into diving into this in San Diego. So as you may be aware, in California, there was an alternative pathways work group, and that report was published in, I think, fall of 21, and it really had a vision for students with disabilities, including those with significantly cognitive disabilities, that they should enter high school knowing that they could achieve an opportunity to earn a high school diploma. And within that vision, they really identified 3 groups of students as they were looking forward to ways to a diploma for these 3 different groups. The first group was really the students with significant cognitive disabilities who are taking the California Alternate Assessment. So I'll probably spend the most of the time this morning talking about that group of students. They also identified group 2, which was the students who have moderate to support needs, and they are typically passing their classes, and they may really, really struggle with the algebra requirement in California. And then there was the majority of students with disabilities, group 3. So within that report, the work group really identified multiple pathways to a diploma within the California. And they recognized that in California, there are already flexibilities given to our students to achieve a diploma. We have our military-connected families, we have our foster youth, we have students who are in juvenile court schools where they can waive local requirements for a diploma and complete the state requirements for a diploma. So we already have some flexibilities for different student groups. So we do have nothing in California law that precludes our students with disabilities from exercising these same disabilities. And within one of our high school districts with Director Tagnisi, she was able to get that in place through board policy, where we leverage the flexibilities that are already there for other student groups for our students with disabilities as well, so that they can meet the state diploma requirements and have access to a diploma. So one of the things that we're going to talk about with that group 1 of students who are taking the alternate assessment is that they are required to meet these state requirements for a diploma. And that is outlined in 51225.3. So I want to just give you a vision of the state requirements in the different course areas. There are also the diploma option of CTE pathways, and there's also the A through G requirements that some students choose that pathway to complete a diploma. So we know that those are the requirements that we're going to talk about as we're going through the legislation related to Group 1, which are the students who are taking the alternate assessment. And you may remember the budget bill that year when this first went into place was AB 181. So a lot of times this is shorthanded of the AB 181 diploma or the diploma option under 5122.5.31. Oops, wrong arrow, sorry. Okay, so I've put it here. Don't feel like I'm not reading ed code to you all. But I wanted you to have a reference if you wanted to look back at it later. So let's break this ed code down. Currently, the law is this diploma pathway is available to students who entered ninth grade in 22-23, and this is the latest update from this last trailer bill language. They shall be exempted and, sorry, there's a serious glare. That those students that entered ninth grade in 22-23 or later shall be eligible for the exemption and the award of a diploma if their IEP calls for the following things. Are they eligible for the alternate assessment? So we have that eligibility criteria is one of the major, that's how you can qualify. The other piece you have to do is that the students have to complete state standards aligned coursework. So it may be aligned to the coursework, and CDE in their most recent guidance pointed out the essential understandings and the content connectors so that we have that alignment to the state standards. So the student, what they're going to do, they have to take those courses, right? We do have some language on that algebra requirement. There's been questions that I've seen in the field about, well, do these students get a waiver for algebra? Do they take algebra? What does that look like? So this information is from the CDE FAQ on the algebra requirement, and that students with IEPs, they still have to meet the Algebra 1 requirement. That includes this group of students, and the FAQs from CDE say, for students whose IEP team has determined they are pursuing the alternative diploma pathway, as described in 51225.31, they are still required to pass coursework for Algebra 1 aligned to the state standards. So it's that same alignment to state standards, which could be through the core content connectors or the essential understandings. Okay, so I've given you all that from CDE's FAQ. So the LEAs, what does an LEA have to do with this diploma pathway? They are required to exempt, they shall exempt students with disabilities who satisfy the eligibility criteria. So they are taking the alternate assessment and they complete that coursework aligned to the state standards. They cannot require any other statewide course or requirements for graduation, and they shall award a pupil a diploma of graduation. And I'll tell you that language, at first I was like, wow, is that something different? And I went back to the education code for a typical diploma and this same exact wording. So it is the same diploma that our students with disabilities are accessing, and it's just a different pathway to get there. Okay. So, naming. And I will say, I have slipped along the way, but I think the naming of what we call this is very, very important for our students and for their futures. And this, as I shared, the diploma of graduation is the same language that any other student would access. So that is the same. And then when we are talking about this, we need to say the alternative diploma pathway. And the work group that did all of this work and identified the different pathways for our students with disabilities to a diploma called out that words matter. And the words we use to describe this diploma matter. They matter for us, they matter for our expectations of our students, and they matter for our students in their lives. Yes, this diploma is provided through the flexibilities of the Every Student Succeeds Act, or Elementary and Secondary Schools Act, Every Student Succeeds Act, been renamed, reauthorized. It is allowable under the flexibilities of ESSA, and it is considered an alternate diploma for accountability purposes. But in California, we have the opportunity to make this diploma a meaningful option for our students and not just become another version of the certificate of completion or it's just an alt diploma. We cannot do that to our students. We need to make sure we are saying an alternative diploma pathway. So I hope you all will join me in that. Okay, so I think I've broken down. I know I'm trying to speed up and make up time for this morning, so I just wanted to make sure you have all of that. Under this ed code, the district's obligation to provide a free and appropriate public education continues until the student reaches 22 or ages out, according to the education code. So it is important that we recognize that the students that pursue this pathway, they are allowed to continue until they reach aging out of the IDEA in California. Okay. So I've done a lot of ed code in here, and I'm trying to be mindful of lunches following me. So where do we go from now? We have the implementation of the alternative diploma pathway. We want to thank the California Department of Education Special Ed Division for the most recent guidance that was released on April 5th. And as we are going through that, just some things for us to continue to consider. This pathway is for students who started 9th grade in the 22-23 school year. And as I've been engaging with partners across the state and districts and charter schools across the state, there are already places where this work was already in effect. And there might be opportunities where if there were some greater flexibilities that students were already pursuing those courses aligned to state standards, that perhaps they were maybe started in 21-22 school year, that they were already down that pathway. So I'm hopeful that maybe there's some options in the future to ensure that the greatest number of students can graduate with this diploma option. So just something to consider as we are going forward. Some other things we're really being mindful of, and I'm hearing a lot of discussion about, are the impact of transition programs and what that looks like for our students. So we're really being mindful of the purpose of transition programs, how are they supporting our students, because our goal is mapping our students to a living wage. And so we want to make sure that whatever our transition programs do support the students that are graduating with this diploma option or pathway. Some other areas for implementation, the core content connectors and essential understandings that are on CDE's website are based on the time when California was engaged in the National and States Collaborative in ACSE. For the state assessment. As you might recall, California pulled out of the NCSC consortium and developed its own alternate assessment. And so the core content connectors and essential understandings are only the grades where an assessment occurs. So through this work, I had the chance to collaborate with many great partners, Dr. Wendy Aguili from Mount Diablo, and partners at Supporting Inclusive Practices, and some folks from LA County Office of Ed. And we were really looking at the state standards and aligning through all of the grades and not just the grades where there are assessments that occur. So we did a lot of work. Kristen Wright was also involved in this work and looking at the other states and what they are doing. So we looked a lot at dynamic learning maps, which was another consortium for the alternate assessment when Common Core state standards came into place. And dynamic learning maps really had a lot of mapping for all the grade levels, so that we didn't just have core content connectors at 3 through 8 and 11. So with the IEP Technical Support and Assistance Grant that was in place, that ended back in September, we used funds to build a website of aligning the content core connectors, the California state standards, and the dynamic learning maps. You might be familiar that CDE does have a tool for all of the state standards, but the essential understandings and the core content connectors are not woven into that yet. I did reach out to them a while ago to see if there was some way to connect those, but we have been able to do it here on this other website that I've shared with you. One of our districts under the direction of Rose Tagnisi, we also had Tenzin Pelig and Pam Johnson from Grossmont Union High School District who did a summer institute with all of the teachers and had the teachers writing lesson plans. So we have shared that out across the state of sample lesson plans at the high school level to support students of accessing that content aligned to state standards. We do have sample courses of study to share, and then we've also pulled in some resources on TIES, from TIES, for lesson planning. So that's some supports that I've been working on statewide in my day job to help implementation of the alternative diploma pathway. Now here's where a lot of us saw a lot of confusion. Back in that report that the Diploma Pathways work group did, there was a second group of students. And what happened was SB 154, which was the same year as AB 181, came out, and it had language that said they would identify and develop alternative coursework and performance tasks for educators to use with students with disabilities who are not eligible for the California Alternate Assessment and may benefit from demonstrating completion of the state graduation requirements through alternate means. So there's the words alternate and throwing an alternate assessment, it created a lot of confusion. But if we go back to those three groups we talked about, group one was those with significant cognitive disabilities. Those are the students that have the pathway defined under 51225.31. This group two are students that are taking the traditional Smarter Balanced Assessment, or SBAC. These are those students. I believe the California Department of Education has partnered or contracted with WestEd to develop these performance tasks, and they're helping support the students who are not taking the alternate assessment. So I think it created a lot of confusion in the field for all of us. So let's kind of break those down a little bit. I took the California graduation requirements, the authority for those requirements. We have 51225.3, which is the standard diploma pathway, and which students it impacts. So that traditional pathway that we're familiar with is for all students, including those with disabilities. They are accessing the state standards. And then students, their eligibility for special education ends upon completion of that diploma pathway. And they get a diploma of graduation from high school. Students under SB 154 still access all of the California graduation requirements. And this is where I think there might be an opportunity to clarify. Students with disabilities, on initial read, are students who take the alternate assessment excluded from utilizing those performance tasks. That might be something for us to get more information on. But those students who are, the way it kind of reads is it looks like it's excluding students who take the alternate assessment, and they can use alternative coursework or performance tasks to complete the state requirements. And then once they receive a diploma, they exit their education eligibility for special education, and they earn a diploma graduation from high school. The alternative diploma pathway under 51225.31 is students with disabilities who are eligible for the alternate assessment. They are taking standards-aligned coursework. Their eligibility under IDEA, or the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, is until age 22, and they earn a diploma of graduation from high school, just like all of the other groups. And then we also still have in California the Certificate of Completion with the authority in the Ed Code, and that's for all students with disabilities, and I have that information. So hopefully that kind of clarified some of the questions that have been out there. Or maybe made it more confusing, I hope not.
Well, it certainly clarified it for me, because as the table you just shared, the standards are the center column. Is my coursework aligned to the standards? There are 3 freeways that I can take to get to Southern California. They all end in Southern California, and so it's the pathway, not a diminishment of the
journey.
Of the journey or the end result, because as I look at the table, the outcome is a diploma of graduation from high school. And so Commissioner Estes and I had a quick aside, like this implementation is going to be challenging, just because of the nuances, but really clarifying standards align, different pathways to achieve or to demonstrate proficiency related to the standards, all result in a diploma and graduation from high school.
Absolutely, and I think it's been a grassroots effort to try and help support, and that's where we were able to, I keep putting the wrong button, we were able to pull some different resources that I've been sharing statewide. So I've been partnering with as many people as I can, listening to the concerns, listening to the questions, and trying to pull ways that we can fill in the gaps, because there is definitely a need for support for this work. If I could be so bold as to ask something like that SB 154 for the different tasks and projects, if there was some allocation in the budget, and May Revise isn't out yet, right? Some allocation to help support the field in implementation, I think would be wonderful. I mean, this was just grassroots pulling things together, and I think we've made a lot of great progress, but there's so much more to do and so much expertise within the state to tap.
Thank you. And so we will take comments from the dais, and I'll ask commissioners online wishing to make comment to please raise your hand. I would ask us to be efficient with our time and our comments and try and keep them in the 1 minute to 2 minute time frame. So I'll start on my left, and then I'll swing to my right, and then online. So commissioners.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. It was great. I think this is very important because many times in my life as a high schooler, with all those beautiful requirements I'm supposed to credits, and I'm like, wait, do I think I'm going to be able to graduate high school? I mean, it's been always a stressful process, but of course, I've come to the conclusion that I want to get my AG requirements done with. But I think that this is great. I feel like it's not talked a lot at our school. Like, we're just like, oh my God, you need to finish your requirements, and that's all you got to do. But a lot of students with disabilities, they're like, I don't want to go to college. I want to go to, technical school. What's the pathway there? What's my pathway to, trade school? What's these pathways? How do I get into business without going to college? So I think that this is great, but I think that's a lot of implementation, though.
Definitely. We're still growing and trying to get all the supports in place for the districts. But I think, just as we talked in the earlier presentation about variability, we have to recognize that all of our students with disabilities or without need options. And my vision for an option cannot be everybody else's vision for an option. It needs to be their choice and what their path is.
Thank you so much. The graph, the chart, it really helps to clarify things. That's one of the hardest things we first heard about when this alternative pathway was coming up. It was exciting, but we couldn't really see what was happening. And now that talking with other families, and they're excited about it, but we're all very confused as well. And I think this really helps lay it out. I think one of the questions about whether you get exited out at 22 or not is always the big question and the big misconception, I think, for those who are, and I think partly, like you said, because there was discussion of the group 2 within that legislation that was coming forward. I think what a lot of people in our district and a lot of families are a little now, I guess, stuck on, I think there's now clarification. We got the CDE information about how to do the alternate pathway, and you laid some of that out. But I think kind of going back to what you were saying about the other group, for group 2, the SB 154, in your chart, it says the standards, but may use alternate coursework. And I think that's where a lot of us are now stuck. How do we modify what exactly would meet those criteria? And it sounds like you're saying your district or somebody in your group.
Not this particular, under SB 154, that alternative coursework and performance tasks, there was some funds set aside within that budget within SB 154, and I believe that the California Department of Education contracted with WestEd, and that work is ongoing. I know I've consulted with that team a couple times, but I think that, I don't know when the due date is for that contract. Somehow in my head, I'm thinking it's this June. Yes, okay, I'm seeing head nodding. So that alternative coursework and performance task, WestEd should be reporting out to CDE by June, I would think.
And I think that's something that we're all anticipating. And in the meantime, I guess what I'm understanding is the message is follow what was already in place as far as getting exemptions and modifying the curriculum for students who were already able to.
I think that the individual IEP teams would have determine the access, what accommodations or supports were needed for students. Remember, this is group 2. These are students who are not taking the alternate assessment. They are taking the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, SBAC. They're taking the SBAC, and so they should be progressing towards meeting their state and local requirements. So within those classes, the teachers may be accommodating them through universal design for learning or through different accommodations of access. So I don't think anything has been released yet from WestEd around that, but I know that team is working diligently on it.
Thank you. And I think if I heard you right, you said at the beginning that you did have a group that you're working with or a district you're working with that has kind of.
Yeah, it was a grassroots effort in Rose Tagnesi, who is a director in my high school district, Grossmont, really had a lot of questions. And so it was just digging in, and then we formed a group countywide. So I led a countywide group, and then everybody within our county shared resources that they had. We created a Padlet, and then I started meetings throughout the state. Like, anybody in the state, if you've got it figured out, or if you have questions, let's all meet together. So I just did that over last year.
So can I ask if, while we're waiting for the state, if we could connect at least my district and maybe other districts around the state to you to try to.
Sure. Yeah, everything I have, I've shared out with all of the SELPA directors, and the Padlet is still there. I gathered, crowdsourced resources of great districts that were doing work. Poway, I know, had worked a lot with supporting inclusive practices for materials. So all of that, we have shared out free, anything we can do to help support the field.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll look for that, and I'm going to let the parents know as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Michaud, and I believe we have one comment online.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. The chart, I echo what my colleague said. That's very, very helpful. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. A question that I have is, can you speak to either any existing or planned resources for the IEP team that will be pushed out into the field to help them kind of talk through these different options and make determinations with students and families?
So I'm not aware of any diploma option planning or like choices for diploma option. We do have the alternate assessment, which is the criteria for this particular pathway to a diploma. The main key point is the alternate assessment determination. CDE has developed an alternate assessment worksheet that has been shared out, and we're continuing discussions to help it refine it and align it with California. I have created a different version that we're using locally, and I've shared out with other folks, kind of streamlines it a bit. But I know that Director Heenan has connected with the assessment division on that work, so she might be able to speak more to that.
And then I guess the follow-up question would be, as we're thinking about students that are, like the IEP team has determined that they're taking the alternate assessment, the two options it looks like are this alternative pathway and the certificate of completion. And so is there guidance around those kinds of discussions for IEP teams?
Well, they do that in the transition planning when they're talking about the post-school outcomes for the student. There is nothing that precludes a student who is taking an alternate assessment from accessing the traditional pathway for a diploma. That it doesn't rule out any students. So I do want to be clear with that. But the IEP team would probably look through the transition plan, and as they're developing the transition plan and looking to the students' outcomes and their current needs, that would drive that discussion, in my opinion. And I'm sure our partners at the California Transition Alliance have other thoughts too.
As we transition to our online comments from commissioners, if I can ask for the slide for public comments to be posted.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation. I have a daughter who is in the 7th grade, so I definitely have been very excitedly watching. I was excited that at the initial research around this, and then when the bill passed, and now watching as it begins to roll out implementation, and anytime there's a presentation digging down into details. So thank you so much for coming with, some additional information to add to what we've already learned. One question I have is for a student who does opt to go the alternate pathway to diploma, I understand that they will be able to continue through their eligibility of age 22. Does that mean that they have that amount of time to achieve all of those diploma requirements, or do they still have just the 4 years to do that? How does that work?
This is an answer according to me, and in my world and in my head. So I don't know if the department or individual districts and charter schools may have different opinions. In my opinion, yes. You have until age 22 to complete all of the graduation requirements. I do know there are concerns that some have voiced to me about access to transition skills. And I know that the SCOE, the Sacramento County Office of Ed, has done coursework to show how you could still do the transition planning as electives through the 8 years and spread out the academics graduation requirements throughout those 8 years and also embed those transitions. So I've heard a variety of opinions, and so I want to be clear, this is just my opinion, but I think you would have the 8 years to do it.
Thank you. And maybe this is an area where it depends on the student and the IEP, and there should be some flexibility around that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Commissioner Lopez?
Thank you. And I'm just so happy that we're here. I feel like alternative pathways has been one of my life goals for 12 years, even though it wasn't called alternative pathways. There was no name for me. It was a diploma, and for many families, a diploma, just not a certificate. Don't mark the box on their certificate is what I always said and didn't allow them to do, even though it was just the way it had to be. I'm very happy to hear you mention that there could be some wiggle room possibly in the future of those grandfathered in. So unfortunately, unlike Commissioner Hamilton, my daughter is graduated but still in the school district, so and has taken all of the required courses necessary with some modifications and an aid all through her education. So with the hope that someday she would be able to get the diploma. So, and I think there's many others like her that should be afforded the alternative pathway diploma. So, if that's something that we're looking at talking about in the future or individually with the school districts, then I'm on board for all of those who have worked so hard and just were born a couple years too late.
Started high school a little bit too early. I just want
yes. So thank you.
Wasn't clear that was my my wish for the future, based on the discussions that I've had across the state, that there are areas across the state where was already in place. CDE's guidance is very clear that you have to have started ninth grade in 21-22 school year. And hopefully there's some opportunities for some flexibilities, maybe options where LEAs, local educational agencies and charter schools were already doing this work. Perhaps there might be an opportunity for some legislative changes, but that is not the case yet, and CDE has weighed in on that in their guidance. So I just want to be clear that was like my wish for the future based on input I've received, but not an official, there is wiggle room. That I want to make sure.
No, that's how it was taken. So I just wanted to thank you for mentioning that.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. Any public commenters in the room? Seeing no public comments in the room, we will transition online.
Caller ending in 001. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi all, this is Pam Reglan again from Association of Autistic and ADHD Parents. I want to thank you again for this work, and I know that you probably don't have any control over this, but I just want to give some feedback. I have found that about 25% of the kids I support have dyslexia, a huge amount, and they all struggle, not all, but a significant portion with the algebra requirement specifically. And yet, because of the nature of dyslexia, they might actually do fine in Algebra 2 or, higher level math. And I support a lot of charter schools where they have that flexibility to skip algebra and come back to it. It would really be great to get feedback back to our state that if the students could accomplish a higher level math than algebra, then they have also met that requirement. So that's just my suggestion. And once again, thank you for all your time.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller ending in 1331. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, it's Roxanne Palestino again. I strongly believe that transparency, you guys. Parents need to understand this since they're in a young age so they can see the importance of working with them since they're little. And the language that you guys are using, it's important for everybody to understand, not just you guys. What about the parents that are being affected? This all needs to be very transparent. That's all I'm asking, because you guys have all these meetings, but the parents are the ones that need to really know, because some of them are just getting sent to mild severe, and what happens? They're not going to be able to go to university when they're older. Like, you're not giving them a chance to show that they're capable. Like, it starts from the little when they're little, but you guys really, really, really need to be more transparent with the wording that you guys use. Thank you.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. So we will close this agenda item and transition to lunch. It's currently 12:27. Given the structure of our agenda, we have general public comment starting promptly at 1 o'clock. So we'll adhere to our schedule and do our best to make up time on the afternoon portion. So commissioners, we'll see you back here, and members of the public at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rita Fernandez Liu,
and I am a trustee on the San Bernardino County Board of Education. I really urge ACSE to get involved in the special ed system as far as the legislation aspects of the process. Right now, that system really lacks accountability. Out of the $7 billion that is going to special ed in California, no one really knows how much money of that is being spent on non-direct services like litigation against students to deny them services. Last year, thankfully, the governor proposed language in the budget to cap the amount of administrative services spent by SELPAs. And I urge ACSE to get involved in that budget process and advocate for students with disabilities. So please demand accountability by SELPAs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller ending in 5107. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Deborah Cam, and I'm an appointee to the OAH Special Education Advisory Committee. I'm very concerned about tax dollars meant for special education services being spent on private attorneys at school districts. Under Melanie Hertig and Jennifer O'Malley at Irvine Unified School District, over $1 million was spent on litigation against one child. This was profiled in the Wall Street Journal on February 23rd. IUSD has also been found out of compliance with the CDE in multiple areas, including prohibiting participation of the CAC. These abuses of our tax dollars and funneling of public dollars to private attorneys has got to stop. I'm asking ACSE to please intervene to make sure that these abuses do not continue and special education funding goes where it is intended. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 9998. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Beth Kelly. I am the parent of 2 autistic elementary school students. I sent a letter to your attention this morning. I ask that you read it. In short, my son was secluded and restrained at his school. So this is personally important to me. SFUSD did not report any of those figures to CDE, and really there's no consequence to districts not reporting these figures. And at least in the case of SFUSD, it appears they aren't even tracking the numbers of seclusions and restraints. I tried to go through the CDE complaint process. That my complaint was denied, but what CDE informed me is that CDE is looking at including restraint and seclusion data in annual monitoring determinations under the IDEA Act. And this would at least be some measure of enforcement and requiring compliance that is critical. It doesn't solve any of the structural problems, but it at least gives CDE the requirement, the tools in its toolkit to enforce disclosure, at least. And I ask that the committee consider putting its full support behind this disclosure matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I will close public comment or online public comment and ask any members of the public wishing to make comment in the room to please come to one of the microphones. Can you?
I wrote a reference slide regarding okay. Good afternoon again. My name is Dr. Jamie Candelaria Green,
and I'm the author of a reference guide on helping students with PANS and PANDAS, a serious immune disorder. I'm also currently doing a seminal study of survivors of this illness who are now in their 20s and 30s, who've luckily and fortunately received treatment and are doing fine now. They described their experience, though, earlier as dark, traumatic, chaotic, and terrible. PANS results from a valiant yet misdirected attempt to fight off invading pathogens. Here, the immune system mistakenly attacks the brain, resulting in profound changes in cognition, memory, attention, and executive functioning and sensory processing, as well as skills of daily living, like grooming and eating and playing. Moreover, and as the survivors confirm, before they were healed, most of their days were spent in survival mode, where scrambled senses evoke constant threat physiology and activation of the sympathetic nervous system, making academic learning even more difficult. In 40 years as a special educator, researcher, and student teacher supervisor here and overseas, PANS stands alone. It is not only unique in its depth and breadth of debilitating symptoms, but in mercifully great potential for complete healing if treatment is given. It's unique, too, for our schools because unlike other conditions where the disability is assessed and a program is outlined, here the needs dramatically fluctuate depending on what the immune system is doing. That's the entity in charge here, not the parent, teacher, or even the student himself. Make no mistake, when health insurers aren't compelled to cover their medical treatments, it's the schools and special education in particular, along with our state coffers, that end up cleaning up the fallout, and for years to follow. Meanwhile, treatment in California is now limited to the wealthy and those with resources. Life trajectories here can be profoundly affected by this disease, but also by appropriate treatment when given. Please support AB 2105, sponsored by Representative Lowenthal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional public comments in the room? Okay. With that, I will close public comment and we will move into the next item. A presentation from the Community Engagement Initiative. This is an initiative that's part of the statewide system of support. Full disclosure, I am connected to this program in my day job, but since this is not an action item, there are no conflict of interest. We invited the Community Engagement Initiative to share the work that they're doing that's in support of obviously engaging communities, but also because of the connection to community schools and inspired by the presentation we heard at the previous meeting from Veronica Coates from the Tehama County Office of Education. And so with that, Dr. Mahoney and Mr. Mitchell, I yield the floor to you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Stephen Sterling Mitchell, Assistant Director for Community Engagement.
And Erin Mahoney, I'm the Senior Director for Community Schools out of the San Diego County Office of Education.
So thank you for giving us an opportunity to share about the Community Engagement Initiative today. On our agenda, we will talk about the importance of community engagement, share about the Community Partnerships for Systems Change framework, diving into the elements of the CPSC, and then share some examples for how to apply our framework for community engagement with resources and examples, demonstrating the coordination, collaboration, and integration of our process across the state through a community schools initiative. And so as we begin and we think about the audience today, knowing that community engagement is important to Hello, there we go. Knowing that community engagement is important to our processes. And so the Community Engagement Initiative was really built around supporting the LCAP and the work with LEAs across the state, but also during the pandemic and post-pandemic, really realizing that our LEAs that were able to turn around and serve their communities with rapid responses had robust partnerships with their community. And so just beginning with that understanding that engagement as a strategy is important to various processes throughout the state of California. And so, as with all projects, we have a theory of action here that talks about what the Community Engagement Initiative is supposed to do. But earlier, one of your callers talked about having community-friendly language and having language be accessible to all. And so on that prior slide, with all of that information, it's boiled down to community-friendly language around CEI as a statewide initiative comprised of networks of family members, students, schools, district leaders, teachers, and community partners learning together to be responsive to the local communities, to deepen community engagement and partnerships with county offices with the ultimate idea of transforming student outcomes. And so that brief information, when you think about the initiative, we are in our 5th year. We have hosted cohorts 1, 2, 3, and 4, which consist of over 70 LEAs from across the state, including 27 COEs, which roughly represents about 600,000 students enrolled in California public schools and charter schools and LEAs. And the connection to community schools, we strategically partner with the California Community School Partnership Program for our cohort 4. And we want to recognize that over 40 LEAs in CEI are CCSPP grant recipients, as well as for our cohort 4, we partnered with 3 RTACs across the state. And then finally, of the CCSPP deep dive sites, 3 of them are current CEI participating LEAs. And then finally, just to give more grounding, with the CEI, we developed a collective definition using our parents, students, community-based organizations, school site staff, partners, county office of education. And for purposes of this presentation and for the Community Engagement Initiative, our definition of community engagement is authentic partnerships amongst students, families, districts, and communities that nurture relationships, build trust, ensure cultural, racial, and linguistic equity, and lead to transformative student outcomes. And these are the words of all of the participants in our network. As I shared, students, parents, families, all collectively came together to create this definition that is our North Star for the initiative.
And as Stephen shared, this initiative really was born out of thinking about how we are going to engage the way we work with our families and lift their voice initially in that LCAP process. And as we dove into that work and thinking about all of the different research that was out there regarding community engagement, 2 frameworks really became lifted out as critical features and pieces that we needed to think about. And so the 2 frameworks you see here are what our initiative has embraced. And one of them may be familiar to some folks. That's that dual capacity building framework for families and school partnerships. And that's out of Harvard's research. And what the initiative initially began with was this framework, and in recent times adapted and brought in the participatory systems change for equity, which is the circular framework you see on the right. And out of that was really born this collective understanding of how we could do transformational community engagement in a different way, in a more engaging way, in a way that centers truly on the families that we're serving. And so the Community Partnerships for Systems Change started this year, and this is the way that the initiative moves through supporting our LEAs, so that's the school districts and the charters that we engage with, through this process of really leaning in to understanding those community needs. This framework, you'll see these 4 sort of larger areas from the dual capacity framework, and within each of those circles are the components of the participatory systems change for equity are really about how do we center first and foremost on the students and on the families and the communities that we're serving, invest deeply in what their assets are and what their needs are, and then continue to build out with them in partnership how we are going to better support the success of the students that we serve. Why this is so important is really because traditionally we haven't engaged and lifted the voice of all of the families that we serve, right? So historically, the systems within our schools or our school systems are very top down. We've spent a lot of time giving money to some outside experts. We've been in this deficit mindset. And what our structures are and our aspirations through the CPSCs, which we call it, is looking at shared power, is focusing on assets, strengths-based language around how we are approaching what our community needs are, really centering on the location, that place that we're serving our families, and being culturally responsive. And so we really like to call out that we are engaged in some difficult work, but really important and meaningful work to shift the way that we approach how we are tackling some of the barriers, the problems, and also celebrating the successes and building on those successes within the communities that we serve, specifically in those school buildings.
And so in diving into the framework, really quickly, we're going to just do a flyover before we show some examples. But the first area is addressing the challenge, which comes from the dual capacity building framework. But it's really about connecting in community, seeing the system and sharing community experiences. This is about the relationship building. This is about really connecting with the folks on the margin, the folks who typically haven't had the opportunity to be part of the system, and bringing them in purposefully to help begin the change process. The next is creating the essential conditions. This is the opportunity, once you have deepened the relationship with your educational partners, to dream together. As Erin shared, in traditional systems, sometimes in order to transform them, they take really different ideas and vision and dream. And so once you've created the condition and you created the relationship, dreaming of what can be. Next, we move into setting policies, programs, and goals. And this is, once you have that deeper relationship, once you have a vision for the future, how are you aligning your systems? How are you aligning your processes? How are you aligning your processes, your resources, your human capital, and everything to make sure that these change ideas have a place to land and can grow, which is the final capacity outcomes of this partnership and relationship is learning and growing together. And so if you were to really do a quick review, this is improvement science strategy and an improvement science cycle. And so this framework really lends itself to the improvement science work that's been happening across California. And so with that, we'll share some examples of applying this framework.
We've talked a lot about theory, and we know that while theory is so important, as we are walking through this work with our LEAs, our job is to really help them understand what this looks like in application. And so what we want to do during the next few minutes is to share with you some of the ways that this framework can be applied in a few different settings. Now, imagine a school district is thinking about their LCAP, which is how this initiative originally came to be within the
system of support.
You can see the four categories here: challenge, essential conditions. Each of those, which with all of those different pieces that Stephen, just called out. And what this does is kind of lay a framework for how a district or a charter might go through that LCAP process. In the fall, they might spend time really digging in and listening to their community. From listening to their community in the winter, they're going to begin to revise their budgets. They're going to be leaning in even more. Now that they've gotten some initial conversations, here's how we go. So you can see with the LCAP how this works. We have to lean into that community voice. Well, as we were asked to do, we want to make sure to connect this to the community schools work, because we know that that is also a very big component of the system of support and part of the work that we are doing. And so as we think about community engagement, we know that it is a pillar of the community schools work. However, our initiatives work collaboratively together, but they really are separate initiatives. So people often come to us and are like, oh, well, do you just support the Community Schools Initiative? Absolutely. We are here to partner with them. We are here to do this work with them. We're currently partnered with 3 RTACs. However, we are also serving any LEA, district, or charter, regardless of if they are a grantee for community schools, as all county offices are charged to do with community schools as it is. But we also want to make sure that the focus here in our statute language is centered on lifting that voice to help make some decisions primarily and first and foremost within that LCAP, but also system-wide so that programs like community schools can be sustainable for the LEAs that are implementing them. And so California Community Schools Framework you see here, we've highlighted in orange the different areas that directly touch the work we do in Community Schools Initiative, in CEI, the way that we can really lean in. And as we are partnering with LEAs that are in the CCSPP that are grantees, these are these direct connection points that we align our work to, that we call out. And so some of them specifically, that assets, strengths-based practice, how we build in collaborative leadership, of course, community asset mapping and gap analysis, that's sort of that first piece of the component. So it's very, very tightly aligned to the framework that California has called out for community schools. What we've been able to do with our partners in this work this year specifically, Cohort 4 is all community schools grantees, is we've uplifted the great work, again, uplifting strengths and assets, through our peer leading and learning networks to highlight some of the work that's out there supporting our community schools grantees. And so this is just one example from the Southern Inland RTAC, who we partner with right now in Cohort 4, of how they have drawn some direct connections between the work in CEI and the CPSC framework to the CCSPP. God, I love all these acronyms. I apologize for those. We try not to talk in them, but they just come out sometimes. How they directly align and correlate. So this is just another example of a way that one RTAC has worked to support the districts that are engaged in CEI and also implementing the community school strategy. All right, I'm going to switch now to my other brain. I do have some experience and worked at a SELPA prior to this. And so we were discussing, like, how does this framework and how do we lean into this idea of authentically engaging with our communities and processes that are directly related to serving our students and families that have IEPs. And one of the processes we know about is the compliance and improvement monitoring process. That is a process that at the state level is where we look at things like disproportionality and overrepresentation in special education. And so one of the ways that districts who are identified for SIM, for something like disproportionality, is to go through a 3-step process. And so what we've done here is really tied some of these principles around community engagement and the CPSC to the phases and the steps that are called out directly and explicitly in SIM. We know in step 1 of the compliance and improvement monitoring process that LEAs are asked to gather and inquire. They're asked to stop and listen. And yes, we want to go straight to data, but if you look at it through the lens of the CPSC, which CEI calls out, that also means going in and getting down to that street level data, talking to families of the groups that might be identified with as disproportionate, talking to families with students that have that disability, talking to the staff that support those students, right? Really listening and gathering and leaning into those experiences. From there, starting to take a deep dive into the hard data. So taking that hard data as well, in step 2 in SIM calls out investigate. Like, how are we now? Okay, we've gathered all of this information up. We've lifted the voices, we've lifted the assets, we've lifted the needs. Now what do we do with it? Let's dig in, let's investigate, let's start looking for some patterns and trends. And SIM calls that out explicitly. From that, it asks districts to dive into these root cause analysis, to think about a problem that's happening. What could be the root cause for outcomes like disproportionality within their system? And that's really in that step 2 and that step 3 for SIM. And that directly aligns to policy programs and goals, and deciding those policies, generating change approaches, right? All of those processes fit right within that CPSC framework as well, because that's the space that together, again, so if we're thinking about the SIM process and we're thinking about community engagement, this isn't one person making these decisions. These are teams that have representation from across the system that we're serving, from parents, from students, from staff, and doing that together. So now we're investigating deeper, we're digging in, and we're creating a plan so that as we go into that fourth part of the CPSC, we are implementing that plan and we're coming back to revisit the results and the outcomes to ensure that change is being made. Change might not happen overnight, but we should be able to see some positive impacts. And that's really what this framework is all about. Leaning into community voice, listening, creating that vision together with that team, coming up with that plan, and then implementing and continuing to reiterate. So this is district-wide now. I've just kind of walked you through SIM. We also shared and wanted to call out an example with IEPs. And I call this out in particular because I do have the fortunate privilege of working with our high-quality IEP team that presented earlier today. And I was talking briefly with Heather, and we talk a lot about what this looks like in community schools for our students with disabilities, for our families that might not be at their home school, right? How do we still really lean into and create a sense of belonging for these families, and leaning into frameworks like this to uncover or to really dig into some of those issues, those root causes that lead to things like disproportionality, I think could really transform the way that we serve all of our students. And so similarly, say from disproportionality, you do find that one school in particular is over-identifying students with a particular disability. How do we now lift the voice of those families in that community and learn and lift the voice of the teachers, hear the needs and also the assets so that we can get, again, to a solution that is truly about the voice and serving the needs of those that matter most, the students in our classrooms. And so we just wanted to share this sort of framework example as well, because it does fit so nicely with some of the resources that have come out of the high quality IEP framework, right? Lifting voice, creating a collective vision, and think that that aligns really nicely to think about how we can transform students or systems to support all of our students. So community engagement isn't, again, not just about going in and listening to the community, but listening with intent to lift the voice and do it with our community. And that's what this framework is really about. Starts with listening to the voice, but it includes a team doing the work together to get to that root cause, to align those policies and goals, and ultimately implement and continue to reiterate and grow together. And that's the work that we do in CEI. So in closing, again, we are so fortunate to be able to work with over 70 LEAs and county offices. And so that's, again, districts and charters and county office programs to do this work and to help lead them through a 2-year process of diving into their community needs and creating a plan together to be able to more authentically engage and lift the voice to make systems level change. Out of this work, we've also developed a series of online web modules, which are open and available to anybody who is interested. So the website is here if folks want to check it out. And then a number of different resources and protocols that are available to any LEA, regardless of if you're a part of our work, to check out as well. And so, and we always welcome other ideas and folks that are interested in collaborating together on it. And with that,
that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I want to, if I can ask you to, can you explain the concept of dual capacity building and how it's kind of different than traditional approaches and kind of that core piece of it?
Yes, and so the dual capacity building framework calls out the power, as Erin shared, that our families, our students, our community partners have strengths, assets, and knowledge that we need to tap into. And so in traditional educational systems, single capacity is you develop the capacity of your employees and your staff, and then you do to your community and your partners. Dual capacity says those two distinct groups, the internal staff, employees, and your community-based organization partners and students, walk hand-to-hand, co-create, and co-construct. And so the dual is the two, the internal and the external, receiving the support, the resources, the training, and capacity building to inform the system from both sides.
Thank you, and I'll look for comments from the dais. I'll start on the left here and then right, and then we'll move online. I appreciate how you've included the approach to IEP meetings, because the community can be as expansive or as focused as it needs to be. And so recognizing the vulnerability required to grow together and learn together, as opposed to I have a credential and I will share information from on high, but rather we engage in learning together throughout birth to 22, and doing it together, and the vulnerability that requires from everyone involved in the community. So I appreciate also the connection with the high quality IEP presentation. And we've heard a lot from the system of support over the past few years, and starting to see how the vision and the ethos of the system are starting to coalesce and be articulated across various programs. So I appreciate all that you've shared with us. Comments to my left? Commissioner Oyakawa?
Thank you. I was trying to stay silent, but I just want to thank you for bringing this information to us and showing us how this can work. I think hearing some of the callers on general comment, there are still many voices that don't feel heard, and this is, I think, one very important way to reach more people and have everyone feel that they are being included, not just lip service, starting with transparency and information coming out, but also bringing in the families. And I love how in your presentation you keep saying the word team, not just for IEP, but in all the processes that you've described. And team means families and students as well, not just administrators and staff. And that is so important. And I live in Davis, our school district. I've kind of watched some evolution happening, and I feel like it's kind of following along that path. I remembered earlier on not knowing much about what was going on in special ed, having to find things out on my own, starting to get more information, and then surveys were starting to come out. They would ask parents for information, and now we're at a point where parents are participating in creating the surveys. Parents are in meeting with the superintendents. They have their own ACSE group where parents are actively involved and getting topics discussed and changes made. And so I feel, as one of those parents, I feel like we are being heard more, and I think having this model and reaching as many other LEAs as we can will do so much to help all of our families and children. Thank you.
Commissioner Estes?
Thanks so much. I love the dual capacity building concept. It's what we need, I think. My question is, I do a lot of work on interagency alignment and integration. Do you have the other agencies in your counties or communities at the table when you're doing your asset and gap mapping and outcomes analysis? Like I'm talking about like probation or public health, private health.
Yes and no. Hello? Yes and no. And so part of our structure within our network, with our peer leading and learning network, is that we bring teams to the table. And so it's students and parents, community-based organizations, school side staff, county office staff. And so when we look at community-based organizations, various teams pull in partners to work with them. And so it could be the library, and it could be civic government. It varies on every local community. And so it looks different across our teams, but there are community-based organizations and intergovernmental agencies sitting at the table for some of our participating teams. But for community schools?
Yeah, and so for community schools, that is a very important component, right? I think especially as we're looking at the county office level and how that coordination or allocation component is coming into play, it is beginning those conversations with the folks at probation, with our county agencies, our health and human services agencies. And so that is part of my work, that I'm so fortunate to be in this role and also help support CEI. I can directly see that opportunity for these worlds to continue to collide. And I think what we're learning with CEI, or at least I'm learning, and we're going to continue to be able to help support our LEAs, regardless if they're a community school grantee or not, is that there is a partner at the table with you for CEI, and how can you better engage with other partners like those that you mentioned, outside of just the CEI world, right? Like this is a small team, and hopefully within this team, you are identifying other people you need to partner with, those that you need to get at the table that might not be a part of that small core team, but that need to be a part of the larger conversations about potential solutions and to overcome the barriers that you're facing. So absolutely, I think while they might not be on the direct teams within CEI, they're a huge part of the conversation in community schools and part of what we help folks understand where they need to go.
Yeah, I think what I find is if people don't see themselves as a necessary part of a team with an equal place and, emphasis on their inclusion, then they aren't as invested in the process and they don't see themselves in it like organically. So I think it's just something that we need to be thinking about. Particularly, yes, I agree with you within community schools, but all of it, like any LCAP process could do that. So thanks.
Any comments from, I don't see any comments from commissioners online, so I will ask for the slide for public comment and ask any members of the public in the room wishing to make public comment to please line up at the microphone in the back. So as we transition to public comment, Aaron and Stephen, thank you for sharing your work. We look forward to seeing how it progresses in the future.
Yeah. Thank you.
Seeing no public comment in the room, I will close public comment in the room and pause for folks who may be calling in. We're ready for the public comment online.
Caller ending in 4146. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Anonymous Parent. I'm a parent of children on IEPs. I'm listening to your comments, and it greatly emphasizes the fact that you have no idea how far away from you are from the truth. We as parents do not have access to special education the way the law says that our children should have it. We don't have comment. We're not part of the team. We're not heard. All the millions of dollars that are going to fund all these projects that you are discussing never trickle down to our students or to us. We are gagged. We are required to sign non-disclosure agreements to get services our children desperately need. We are required to fight every day to try to get our children the services they need, and you have no clue. There's no accountability. We are boots on the ground, and we have no one to help us.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller ending in 0001. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, all. This is Pam Ragland with AAAP. All right. My background is transforming Fortune 100 companies. I was a consultant. I developed all the methods at Accenture. So I'm going to just give you some free advice and take it for what it's worth. When the parents don't trust you with special education, you're looking at a hard road. An aggressive timeline of a year to make these changes is very aggressive. And anytime you go into a change effort, whenever you've already had a failed system, which is plain if you listen to the people that are giving you feedback, the parents don't feel heard, they feel retaliated against, they feel that public funds are being used to deny services to their children, because that is indeed happening, you're going to have a very difficult road. So I just want to make sure that you understand that the number one most important thing I keep saying is that the parents need to trust you And they don't want to feel like you're trying to exclude them and create community schools that have an agenda and you're excluding them. And look at what's
Thank
been
you,
happening all
caller.
over the country.
Your time is up.
Yeah.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. We will close this item and move on to item 6, a presentation from the California Early Childhood Special Education Network, the co-directors of the ACSE program, Dr. Scott Turner and co-director Melanie Hertig. Thank you so much for your time. I yield the floor.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Tostin, Commissioners, Dr. Heenan, Dr. Leibach-Amon. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity today. We're really excited to be sharing about the California Early Childhood Special Education Network, otherwise known as ACSE. My name is Scott Turner, Executive Director of East San Gabriel Valley SELPA and co-executive director to the ACSE network. A little bit about my background. I was a career changer. I wanted a career in law enforcement, and it was a position as a substitute instructional assistant in my college years that led me to education. Got to be an instructional assistant in numerous programs, a one-to-one aide, and that led to me pursuing my teaching credential. And of all grade levels, I taught at the preschool level, early childhood special education. Later moved on to be a program specialist and then a principal at an early childhood program in Saddleback Valley Unified for multiple years, and then now have been SELPA director of South Orange County SELPA and now East San Gabriel Valley SELPA, and I still have a heart for those preschoolers with disabilities. And I'll turn it to my colleague.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Melanie Hertig. I'm the Executive Director for Special Education on the SELPA with Irvine School District. I'm also, as Scott shared, the co-chair on the Early Childhood Committee for the State SELPA organization and co-director for this ACSE project. I started my career working with children with autism. I was a home program ABA provider, which led me to pursuing a career in school psychology. So I started in special education as a preschool school psychologist and a program administrator for that program as well. And so just speaking of the heart, my heart is in this work with the littles. I think I always share that the littles and then the older students are always my favorite. The ones in between are great too. But, there's always a passion I think for both of us with working with the younger children.
Okay, and again, excited to share an update on ACSE. As mentioned, Melanie and I over numerous years have served on our SELPA Administrators of California Early Childhood Committee. We've interfaced quite frequently with the California Department of Education, participated on numerous work groups, and I know many faces on the dais have as well. Most notably, there's a work group, the Impact Inclusion Work Group. There's the Universal Preschool Work Group with a report coming out very soon. The Interagency Coordinating Council, otherwise known as ICC, which is the advisory body for Part C that I sit on. And then, like many around the state, during the height of COVID, there was the SB 75 Part C to B for California Kids Work Group. And that work group report found that unfortunately many students were slipping through the cracks in terms of that transition from Part C to B and that need for really evidence-based practices and successful transitions to meet their unique needs. So there was numerous recommendations made, and it's good to see that many of those recommendations are being acted upon. And that has led to this formation of the California Early Childhood Special Education Network. So we are lucky and fortunate that this is started as a grant, and now it's a contract coming to the East San Gabriel Valley SELPA to support just that Part C to B transition process, knowing that it's interagency work. There's many partners that need to be involved in that. Also, and it was related somewhat to COVID, but was relevant regardless, is preschool child find. So identifying students and preschool age children at the earliest ages possible to really give them that early intervention that the research shows is most effective for our students with disabilities. We're also fortunate to have many supports that are in evidence-based practices and instructional strategy for preschool students with disabilities.
Go ahead.
In preschool, we love to teach sharing, and so I want to give recognition to the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, CCEE. This was a visual that they created, and as a visual learner, I really appreciated it. And it shows you just the various projects, some that you've heard about today, some that you've heard about at previous meetings, that are all focused on special education. So this is part of that larger statewide system of support, but all of the projects specific to special education. This too, I think, has a lot of history in our special education task force report that wants to create that one coherent, clear system. So we're starting to see a lot of those recommendations take hold. You'll see the California Early Childhood Special Education Network listed down there near some other similar projects that have been in existence for quite longer than us, being only since spring of 2022. And I have to say, I think collaboration is at an all-time high. All of these different projects are working very cohesively, and that's under leadership from the top right, from the California Department of Education, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and the State Board of Education.
When Scott, oh, sorry, I keep forgetting it's his slide. Go ahead.
Just another real big accomplishment. I want to draw attention to our partners at the System Improvement Leads, otherwise known as SIL. They created CalTAN, so the California Special Education Technical Assistance Network. And this has really gotten out there because just in the last month, with annual determination letters going out across the state, all superintendents got links to the CalTAN website with all the resources and the different projects that are supporting special education. So you'll see ACSE and many of those other projects listed there. And now I will turn it over to Melanie.
Thank you. When Scott and I embarked on this work, thinking about our own experiences when we were in the preschool special education setting, what we both recognized is that when things went well, it was because the relationship and the communication between parents, regional center, and the school district was positive. And so the experience was positive for the parents, the outcome was good for the students. And so we thought about how can we try to encourage and replicate that type of interagency positive collaboration in this type of system. So we thought of many questions to ask the practitioners in the field. So we sent out a survey. We sent it to family empowerment, resource centers, regional centers, LEAs, and county offices of education. And we solicited feedback from about 600 participants. So we did have quite a broad range of feedback. And so we took that information and kind of synthesized everything and identified areas either of barriers to those positive outcomes or best practices in the work and working with children in preschool, very much focusing on that Part C to B transition and child find, as Scott had mentioned earlier. So when we received that information, something else that also stood out is that, knowing that we're in California, that it's such a diverse state, we had to think about how do we share this information where the experience in rural communities for practitioners and parents can be very different than in urban or suburban communities. So we thought about that as well. How can we do both things? How can we provide this kind of professional development out in the field, but make sure that we are, shaping it around those unique communities across the state? I had thought about the experience I had as a new preschool school psychologist, and I was new. And I had questions. How do I do this? And I reached out to 2 colleagues in neighboring districts at that time. I was in Riverside County. And we started meeting, maybe once a month or every month and just sharing our practices. That word got out in Riverside County. And so others, preschool school psychologists said, hey, can we just, join your lunchtime, conversation? Fast forward 20 years later, that consortium still lives in Riverside County. Now it's about 30 districts strong. And so you can see that, fortunately, there was kind of a natural need for that in that area, and it just has sustained itself. But not every place in California has this kind of organic connection or network that has occurred. So we thought, hey, this project will give us the opportunity to support the creation of those type of regional networks. Scott and I also had participated in the Captain Network, which is a similar regionalized network that supported students on the autism spectrum and those practitioners that provide services to them across the state. And so we thought we both had participated in that project so we could see it can be done in a really positive, great way. So what we did is we thought, okay, how do we divide the state up? So we borrowed the County Superintendent Association regional map. We thought somebody spent a lot of time thinking about how to share the state, so let's just do what the county superintendents did. And we identified, the 11 regions of our network. We came up with a very kind of a tight application process and a interview process. So we actually, pushed those out across the state, and people either applied for one of those 7 exemplar lead areas, or they applied for a regional geographic technical assistant support. So I want to share with you the 7 exemplar lead areas that we identified. We have, again, given those barriers as well as the best practices in this work. We have interagency collaboration, assessment practices, assessment team leadership, preschool child find, parent outreach and support, data governance, and innovative and inclusive practices. And so we wanted to share with you specifically who our network is for this work, for those exemplar areas. We have East County SELPA, San Diego Regional Center, Bonita Unified School District, Sonoma County SELPA, San Gabriel Pomona Parents Place Family Resource and Empowerment Center, Help Me Grow, First 5 Orange County, Lincoln Unified School District, and Piedmont Unified School District. You also can tell there's a diversity within that representative group. It's not just districts. We knew that if we're trying to create a system of agencies working well together, the agencies have to be part of our network. And so we made sure that we had regional centers supporting that Family Resource Empowerment Center voice in the conversation, as well as our county offices of ed and school districts. And then our geographic technical assistant facilitators across the state, our Rincon Valley Partnership, Butte County SELPA, Placer County Office of Ed, Solana County Office of Ed, Santa Clara County Office of Education, Stanislaus County Office of Education, Kings County Kids Early Start Program, Guadalupe Union School District, Imperial County Office of Education, Riverside County SELPA, Arcadia Unified School District, Whittier Area Cooperative SELPA, and we're adding Savannah School District in Orange County into our 24-25 project as well.
Okay, and many of you have heard of the revamping of the monitoring system in the state of California, so the Compliance Improvement Monitoring System. And just like was shared earlier with high-quality IEPs supporting districts directly related to their root cause of performance issues, CalExE is also supporting 4 districts in the SIM process. And so we want to say that we believe the handoffs went really well this spring. And so I want to give acknowledgement to Jack Brimhall, Barbara Gaskin, and Donna DiMartini. They've held meetings almost monthly, sometimes multiple times per month, either in person or via Zoom, talking about how we can best transition these districts that are in some level of SIM to the appropriate technical assistance provider and ensure that that handoff is smooth. So our 4 all came from the system improvement leads that had walked them through steps 1 through 3. And now we're supporting them in SIM step 4, which is the implementation of their plan that will go till December of 2025. So Melanie mentioned the network that we've created. Those are all agencies that have MOUs to support the work of CalExE. And we have the ability to bring in those exemplar lead areas and bring in those geographic technical assistance facilitators to help support these districts. But we're really big on trying to really assess their needs and follow that plan that they've developed that has been approved directly by the California Department of Education. But we truly do believe that we have the ability and the expertise to support these districts. And the meetings have been very exciting. I think everyone is realizing that importance of early intervention and how if we can change those trajectories in those earlier years within these districts, the impact that will have on a district. So if you look specifically at like your inclusive preschool programs, the more likelihood you're going to have those programs, you're also going to have greater success as those students age on to transitional kindergarten and beyond. So these meetings have been really exciting and connecting with different preschool folks across the state.
We wanted to share with you some of the work that we've accomplished for the 23-24 school year. This year, we really focused on those exemplar areas and provided at no cost many virtual sessions throughout the year. We weren't sure about what the audience would be or how many people would hear about us. We pushed out information about these mini workshops, and we were just overly enthusiastic about the response. Anywhere from 50 to 300, 400 people were participating in each session that we provided. And
I have to say, I have to interject, the very first one, preschool assessment, we had to raise our Zoom account because we had over 1,200 show up to an ABCs of preschool assessment. So I remember vividly being on the phone with Zoom to increase our account to be able to provide access to everyone. But sorry.
Yes. So while we did this work this year, we're looking forward into next year, a focus on that geographic technical assistance support and building up those regional consortiums out across the state. But some of the sessions that we provided for interagency collaboration, a best practice series in establishing successful Part C to B transitions, interagency collaboration and communication, and developing interagency memorandums of understanding. For preschool assessment practices, we targeted multilingual learner sessions, early childhood speech and language, and early childhood autism. And our preschool assessment team leadership focused on importance of first impressions, relationships between LEAs, regional centers, and parents, child find activities, and leading preschool assessment teams. Our child find area focused on multi-agency collaborations with LEA's First Five and Help Me Grow. And I do want to pause there for a second. We reached out to First Five and Help Me Grow to partner in this project because they're a different agency that reaches families in a different way. And districts don't typically, interface with First Five or Help Me Grow projects. So that has just opened our eyes and opened their eyes in terms of how we can work better together. And so this kind of relationship is new, but it's very exciting because we're both very enthusiastic about sharing the work that each other does in this space. Our parent outreach and support group focused on building positive parent and school partnerships through a book club. Now, Mark Purchin is a speaker and an author in this area and is seen as an expert, and that has been a great opportunity for the field. Our data governance group focused on desired results, developmental profiles, student progress monitoring, system improvement leads, provided a session on the Improvement Data Center. It's another partnership in the statewide system of support. Reporting educational environments on IEP documents. And then our inclusive practices group held sessions on state preschool programs and Head Start, how to provide inclusive opportunities for students in those different agencies as well. LEA inclusion models, that's when districts are creating their own inclusion models. They may not have a relationship with state preschool or Head Starts, but they've developed their own inclusion models. And embedded instruction, the pyramid model, universal design, and practice-based coaching.
And I want to point out as an example, well, first and foremost, all of these exemplar leads also successfully completed a video project. So on our website, if you go into their resources in the different exemplar lead areas, you could find these 6 to 7 minute videos that were created traveling across the state to really showcase that exemplar practice. But speaking specifically to our innovative and inclusive practices exemplar leads, we had 2. So we have Sonoma County SELPA, and then we have Bonita Unified School District that's in Los Angeles County. And they have 2 completely different models. So Sonoma works really closely with state preschool and has slots to place students in state preschool programs to meet least restrictive environment, whereas Bonita does not have state preschool or Head Start, but has created a very popular community tuition-based preschool program where students with an IEP can be placed without a cost as free and appropriate public education. So we're capturing those practices, and we really want to see those serve as conversation starters in districts. The power of like a director of special education bringing that sort of video to a cabinet meeting or to an LCAP meeting and sharing about what another district has done, knowing that those districts would also say that it's not perfect, but it's a step in that direction that we need to go. So we're really excited about the resources that have been developed, and it is ongoing. In addition to all of those exemplar areas, we just had a symposium where we had over 600 people descend on San Diego for our inaugural symposium in the month of March. Moving forward, I'll share we're going to have it in October annually, but we were just blown away. It actually completely sold out during our early bird registration. So it just really showed the need that's out there in the field related to this topic. We had special education and general education attendees, school districts, SELPAs, county offices of ed, many regional center coordinators and other regional center employees, family empowerment centers, resource centers, and then a lot of state leadership, as well as parents, other related agencies, and almost all of our state TA partners. So they were all either there as presenters, exhibitors, or somehow supporting the event. So we were just absolutely blown away. I also want to thank Dr. Heenan, Dr. Barbara Boyd, who's an administrator and also the Part 619 coordinator. We also had Stephen Profiter, director of the Early Ed Division, Mary Chris Aiken, which is the deputy director of the Department of Developmental Services, and Leah Davis from the System Improvement Leads. They did an expert panel on state-level initiatives and policies, and really that statewide system of support and that focus on improved outcomes for students with disabilities, and that was well attended. To point out a couple other things, we also want to be showcasing those bright spots, as you heard Heather DeFeedy say earlier. So we were really fortunate to have a parent as our keynote speaker. Her name is Larkin O'Leary, co-founder of the Common Ground Society. And she gave an inspirational keynote. And then we later recognized her with the inaugural CalExE Be the One Award. And in that spirit of sharing, that is a term that Larkin has coined. We gave her the inaugural award, and we're going to be working with Common Ground Society to each year identify one person that's doing just that, being the one to change an outcome for a student with disability. And then we also have a Spotlight on Excellence Award, and this year it was given to Santa Ana Unified's Mitchell Child Development Center. They have over 10 co-taught classrooms with their state preschool program and a full continuum of program options. And so we created a video and recognized them at the symposium, and we will continue to do that annually. So again, just a lot of work going on, a lot of agency partners that are supporting our events. We want to share that our next symposium, the second annual, will be in October. So it wasn't quite a year away from our first, but we're excited based on the interest we had. It will be October 22nd through the 23rd. And our theme this year is building bridges. And we think that that term is very broad. You could talk about it from the standpoint of that interagency work that needs to exist. We're a unique state where we have a bifurcated system where Department of Developmental Services serves the vast majority of our infant toddlers, and they transition to school districts at age 3. Not every state is like that, and it can work. We just need to have that effective collaboration and those supports in place. Building bridges could also talk about removing those silos, so talking across departments, talking across agencies, building relationships, and also supporting those transitions. So how do we build a bridge to transitional kindergarten for a student? How do we build a bridge to kindergarten? So we're really excited, and we're days away from announcing the registration process, and there'll be a video that will come out that will show you our symposium from last year. Our website is linked here, calexe.org. You can get it from the QR code as well. We also have social media platforms where we're sharing a lot of this work and a lot of those spotlight videos. And again, we're just honored to be here today, and we'll take any questions from the commission.
Scott and Melanie, thank you so much for the presentation, and I just want to highlight being responsive to our outreach and making it here in person with us today. Really inspired by what you shared, and I think given what we've heard today from other presentations, but also I want to highlight from public comments around the importance of whether it's building bridges, establishing trust and relationships, and how the experiences that happen pre-kindergarten can sometimes solidify the pathway for the next 12 years. And so appreciate how you are focusing on the technical aspects, but also recognizing the opportunity to build relationships at the onset of the educational experience. So thank you so much for sharing, and we look forward to promoting the conference as it comes up and attending for those of us who can be available for that. So with that, I will look across the dais for other comments, questions. Okay, start on the right.
Of course I have a comment. Thank you for your presentation. I also just have to tell everyone that I got to present twice during the CalACSE Symposium, and it was a fantastic event, and the feedback that I heard from early childhood educators, special educators, and general educators who attended, it was just like, we've never been able to do anything like this. Nothing's really ever focused specifically on us. So I really think that I just want to share the appreciation from across the state. And in terms of building bridges, I think I get to partner with these folks a lot. But just thinking about the really unique position that we have to uplift the preschool learning foundations, the PTKLFs, when they come out as the early childhood standards, not just to families and educators, but just across that continuum and into the P3 continuum and beyond, and just making that connection that there are strong standards that are really inclusive of all of our students that start at infancy, really. And I think that that's a beautiful thing that we can do when we're working with early childhood, and I really am looking forward to seeing you all do that with that. So thank you.
I would say it's a team effort, so thank you, Heather, for being there. All those state agency partners that were there, also the other TA projects, I think they all saw it as a platform to reach those educators that are doing that early intervention and really change those trajectories. And yeah, it's a little overwhelming at times with the UPK, the P through 3 that you mentioned, but there's just so much focus right now on those earlier years, and I think that ability to change the trajectory in our performance indicators and some of these other outcomes and partnering with families, it's tremendous. So we're really excited about it.
Seeing no comments online again, I appreciate all of the information and we look forward to monitoring your progress in the future. I will ask that we share the slide for public comments, and anyone in the room wishing to make public comment, if you would line up at the microphone in the back and make sure it's on. And any members of the public who would like to call in virtually, the number is displayed. We will take public comment in the room first and then transition online. Seeing no public comment in the room, I will close public comment in the room. Are there any public comments online?
Yes. Caller ending in 4146. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Anonymous Parent. I'm a parent of children with IEPs that have gone through the early childhood, and I agree, early childhood does set the trajectory for our kiddos. And that's why I request that you look at the data. How many children, what is the data showing you? Because that's the reality of the results from all the millions of dollars that you guys are using for your committees and for collaboration with each other, because it's not trickling down to our kiddos. Our kiddos are being warehoused in special day classes. If you have a label of autism, it doesn't matter what your abilities are, you're warehoused. And that's what early childhood is doing. So I disagree with everything that you're saying. The millions of dollars that you guys are using to support each other is not going to our kiddos. My child's trajectory is a school to prison pipeline. My child's trajectory is not being able to read. My child's trajectory is not being able to
Your
do
time
the
is
grade
up.
level in math.
Caller ending in 6595. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Mrs. Arias from the YouTube movement in the Inland Empire. All of these presentations sounds wonderful and great on paper. The only problem I see is that all the money in special education is actually not being used properly. I have come in social media to learn that Irvine has used over $1 million to fight one child of special needs alone. this is our tax funds being wasted and spent in litigation. And I truly believe there has to be changes in the special education departments. There's multiple violations by superintendents, directors. I have learned also that Ms. Hurtig has multiple violations with CDE.
Thank you, caller.
Based on not
Your time
following
is
law.
up. Caller ending in 5107. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
I decline to state my name for fear of retaliation. Melanie Hurtig spoke about positive communications with parents leading to positive outcomes, but as SELPA director at Irvine Unified School District, Ms. Hurtig was found out of compliance of the law by the CDE for not including an appointment process for CAC members in the local plan. This effectively led to there being no CAC at all at Irvine Unified School District as mandated by law. Ms. Hurtig was also found out of compliance for never eliciting annual priorities from the CAC.
Thank you,
This
caller.
precluded input from the community to the Irvine School Board.
Thank you,
on how
caller.
special
Your time is
education
up.
dollars are.
As we continue public comment, I want to remind everyone, as displayed on this slide, public comments are restricted to the presentations and the information that we heard today. Are there any more public comments online?
Yes. Caller ending in 0786. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, I cannot hear you. Caller, your time is up. Thank you. Caller, ending in 001. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Pam Regland, AAP. I applaud the effort to do early intervention as IDEA requires. I think that we have a big gap when it comes to dyslexia, and especially the kids with dyslexia and autism are really being missed. But we have that gap even in the later grades, the earlier, and we can screen for that early. And I would ask that that be considered in the priorities because it's like 25% of the kids. It's a huge impact to our state.
Thank you. Caller ending in 4136. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Bené Loftus, and I'm calling from the Antelope Valley SELPA, and I want to thank the CDE and ACSE for providing support to educators to build their capacity in implementing high-quality early childhood programs for students and inclusive programs. I had the privilege of having one of my districts collaborate with the ACSE experts in developing their program, and it's been an ongoing process, and it's becoming more and more successful. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Caller ending in 8614. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Veronica Coates from the Tehama County Department of Education and Tehama County SELPA, and I wanted to call and elicit my support for CalExE. I had a team of early childhood educators attend the conference, and they came back so inspired and invigorated to do some really great inclusive planning, co-planning with our state preschool partners, as well as parents and families in our community. And we will be opening our first co-taught preschool in the fall. And so to see that inspiration and that seed of knowledge be driven so fast and rapidly from the work that they're doing and building capacity in the field is just, it's inspiring, and I just love what they're doing. And I really do feel it is impacting student outcomes on the ground, not only with our educators, our special educators, our general educators, and our parents and families. And kudos to all of you.
Thank you so much. Caller ending in 6972. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Tavia Lawson. I'm a parent to a young man on the autism spectrum. I wanted to say thank you to the CalExE team for providing workshops and trainings for the educators. I also wanted to highlight that last year, Parents Place Family Resource and Empowerment Center had their Birth to 5 seminar, where there were several families of children with disabilities that attended, who had kids from birth up to 5 years old. I'm very appreciative for everything you all do. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 6431. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Janet Cano. I'm the SELPA director for the Whittier Area Cooperative SELPA. I also wanted to say thank you very much to CalExE and all the tremendous work that they are doing to support our youngest needed students. We are very fortunate to be a geographic technical assistance facilitator, and we've been able to share best practices with our LA community in really supporting students as a SELPA that provides a tremendous amount of support for infant and preschool students. We've really appreciated the trainings as well as the tremendous opportunities to be collaborative. So thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much, everyone. Scott and Melanie for the presentation, as well as all of the public comments. We will be moving into a break, and our break will end at 2:50. And coming back, we will hear item number 7, an update from the state's Special Education Local Plan Area Association related to their priorities and initiatives. So we will see everyone else, or we'll see everyone back here and online at 2:50. And very excited to have our next presentation, or our next few presentations, and very happy to welcome from the State SELPA Association the current chair of the association, as well as the chair-elect, current chair Elizabeth Engelken and chair-elect Scott Turner. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the invitation to participate on your agenda. Chair Tostin, commissioners, and good afternoon, Director and Dr. Heenan. It's nice to see you today. So Scott and I are very happy to be here on behalf of the SELPA administrators of California and to update you on our shared mission and vision, those priorities that may be shared, but also those specific to our association. We are an association that serves and supports the 136 SELPAs across the state of California. And we have before you our mission and vision because we have really taken a deep dive since 2020 in the pandemic, like so many of us have, to really reimagine and re-envision who we are as an association, how we support our districts, students, and families, and really look at a more outward-facing presence in service of other agencies and other partnerships. I heard earlier in another presentation the idea of building bridges with Elizabeth Estes here. I'm thinking of breaking barriers, and those kinds of bridges and collaborations and taking down barriers has really been a core component since we came back from that pandemic experience, really imagining our agendas and the learnings that we do as SELPA leaders beyond ourselves. So I wanted to just highlight a few pieces of our mission and vision and hopefully have you see them and how they are coming alive in our work with our association. First of all, we see under the mission that we are champions for educational access and opportunities. So our global vision is always looking at inclusive practices and ways that we can support California students in their inclusive education. But in doing so, we know we need to provide opportunities and that that's not something that we can do alone. And so you see we have these shared core values, and they really represent 4 areas that are very action-oriented in terms of our association. And the first is mutual support and engagement. And what that looks like for us is a really changed opportunity for us to partner with some key folks across the state as well as associations, of which you are one. And so we are so appreciative of the Commission's invitation, not only to be somewhat represented and populate many of your agenda items, but also to collaborate on ways of recognizing, for example, the Grazer Outstanding Award and looking at not only the history of that significant award, but what we can do to further deepen sharing what great practices are happening across the state. We also appreciate the highlight of some of the activities that SELPA is supportive of. Shared expertise. For many, many years, our SELPA Association, as you know, is composed, and I see several former SELPA leaders right here in this room, but composed of experts. But we're now wanting to share our expertise with those associations beyond ourselves. And so we have a much more open and collaborative invitation, learning from others, strong partnership with the California County Superintendents, with their Association of Special Education Administrators in SECO. We work very closely with the California Foster and Education Youth Task Force, CAMACE, the Mental Health Advocates for Children and Youth, and also more even private transition agencies that help us develop some better practices as well as core practices to serve students. The idea of contributing through volunteerism, I mentioned there's 136 SELPAs. We actually have 31 working committees in the SELPA Administrators of California. And so not only do we have standing committees like our Legislative Committee, our Finance Committee, Building Capacity, and a new Directors Committee to ensure that every SELPA has a director that has access to leadership and mentorship. But we have committees that are not standing committees, our Transition Committee, our English Learner Committee, and that's just to name a few, with 31. So there's a lot of volunteerism, the members going beyond their day jobs to ensure that they support those particular areas of expertise or bring experts from outside the field. This last year, we have collaborated with CASP, the California Association of School Psychologists, as well as other professional organizations around eligibility areas, and had various discussions that led to some legislative priorities. So we'll address that in a moment. And then finally, continuous advocacy, that being a very core value, is something that I would say our association has grown in the last 5 to 8 years. years, just ensuring that we're advocating beyond fiscal advocacy. While that fiscal advocacy has been very important in equalizing the base rate in our revenue, we know that there are finite resources and that we have to do the best we can with what we have, and have focused on professional learning, other opportunities that provide access to not only our members, but the districts and the families that we serve. So I'm also proud to share that a highlight of our association has been the statewide system support and providing an avenue for our statewide leads to not only access and share their expertise with our members, but also to engage equally. It was really nice to hear Dr. Turner talk about Sonoma County. I am the executive director for the Sonoma County SELPA, and participating in this kind of work at the regional level has just created a bed of conversation that did not exist prior to this lead work. ACSE being one. And then we've got a slide here and some great information to share with you regarding ADR. We're very excited for a very new partnership that is supported by Dr. Heenan and her team in looking at alternative dispute resolution, collaborating with CDE, as well as the LEAD Pathways to Partnership. We did have our first, and Dr. Turner, again, played a key role in this convening conference together as a collaborative, and he's going to share a little bit of information.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So I feel a little humbled to be up here because it was a true team that put on this year's event, the 2024 ADR Conference for State SELPA. It was a big, big year for us. Our longtime leader of this conference, Patty Matheny, who is the Chief Academic Officer of the East Valley SELPA, handed the baton off to our association for many, many years. Her and a team that she had assembled had just done an amazing job of taking on this conference. At one point, it was held in Sacramento. By the time Patty took over the leadership, it was in Riverside. And we were very fortunate that many people on the team are still on our ADR planning committee. So it was held March 14th and 15th, right at the Riverside Convention Center, right by the Mission Inn, for those that know the area. And we had over 700 in attendance. And our attendees included SELPA level staff, district level staff, many, many experts from around the country related to alternative dispute resolution, educators, parents. I think we had more parents at this year's conference than ever before, and part of that was through the unique partnership with Pathways to Partnership, who sponsored many of the parents to attend the ADR conference. Not only attend, but many presented as well. We had many parent presenters, and we'll get into some of those topics here in just a bit. We also had superintendents in attendance, including county superintendents. So both Tehama County and Ventura County Office of Education had their superintendents in attendance, and they are the two agencies that are supporting Pathways to Partnership as well. So just to see that support from the top down meant a lot to the conference. So I will go to the next slide. Just to kind of give you a recap, I'm not going to read all of these, but I'll point out a few. On Thursday morning, we had a keynote by Jason Harper and Crystal Williams, ADR experts working with many districts and SELPAs across the state of California. And their keynote was Movements Over Moments. And it was making meaningful connections in IEPs rather than just having that momentary impact. So very, very powerful, basically trying to push back on that status quo that we meet one time a year and we have an IEP and we're just going to assume that we have this healthy relationship, really looking at it a lot more intentionally than that. So that was our inspirational keynote that really kicked off our conference, pointing out a few of the themes. You'll see some themes on equity, trauma, student-led meetings. I know that was mentioned earlier on the dais. Big push on neutrality, so using internal neutrals and outside neutrals related to ADR. And then another kind of connection to some comments earlier made by Commissioner Estes, we had the Office of Youth and Community Restoration provide a presentation as well. So really trying to hit on populations that maybe have not been focused on in the past and how we can improve those practices. Moving into our Thursday afternoon, many more sessions that hit on parent-led presentations. So I myself had my CAC chair and a CAC member that presented in the afternoon. I recall seeing San Francisco Unified and others there as well, where parents were really sharing their experiences and strategies that they've seen successful in their districts, in their agencies. So that was very powerful. Also, presentations on things like how to support children through a divorce and how that might come up in an IEP meeting, something I haven't seen come up in our ADR conference before, and a focus on multilingual families and their students. Friday morning, we were privileged to have Dawn Kuhlman, Executive Director of MARCH. MARCH was a new acronym to me. We love our acronyms. It's Mediation Achieving Results for Children. And she practices out of Missouri, where they have an ADR continuum available to families in Missouri. And I know right now we have a group that's looking at the feasibility of some sort of ADR process that would be available in the state of California. So it was great to hear of her experience of ADR in another state. We also had numerous sessions that morning that were hitting on parent perspectives, culturally diverse practices, and also other parts of the state where ADR might look a lot differently. So those small and sparse areas of our state and how they've leveraged the ability to work with other agencies and other supports to have that ADR process available to their families. Wish we had a video for you, but here's just some pictures that you see on screen. Beautiful venue, great to network, and again, over 700 in attendance. So we are looking again to have the conference in March of next year, again at the Riverside Convention Center, and save the dates. It'll be March 13th and 14th of next year.
And one of the components that we see not only in these pictures, but in the sessions that were described is also a core component of some of the growth around our association strategic plan, and that's involving a broader voice in the work that we do. And that voice is not only coming from parents who we see increased enrollment at the ADR conference with our upcoming legislative sharing day, but some input that we received last month from this commission from your student members in regard to student voice, that the ACSE voice is taken every month to our steering. And we have the steering committee that's representative of all of the various sizes and shapes of SELPAs, as well as entities and multi-district SELPA, single district SELPA, how we are configured, but also considering what new input do we need. And we will be reporting back to you on that great source and recommendation. So we appreciate and see this relationship as one that's quite dynamic and wanting to respond to your input as well. So that leads me to advocacy, kind of going back to that final core value. As we have been engaged not only in supporting legislation that supports our students and families, but also actually drafting and interfacing in language and advocacy directly at the legislative level. We are a sponsor of Assembly Bill 2173. You're going to hear much more about this tomorrow. One of our executive members and former legislative chairs will be reporting on this Assembly bill. This is really that important aspect of addressing the language and the words that is not only in the education code, but is used day after day as we do business and conduct new information sharing with families. This particular area addresses emotional disabilities, and the actual legislation is to change the terminology emotional disturbance to emotional disability. We're excited to know that we're feeling a swell of support, bipartisan support on this kind of an issue, and want to engage as an association in further study of other areas of the code, as well as the practice and the way we communicate. It's beyond people first. It's even outside of addressing the individual, but the language that we use to discuss issues that we're addressing. So there's some really great links here. You're going to hear a lot more tomorrow from Veronica Coates from Tehama County Office of Education and SELPA, and we'll obviously be asking for your support. There is a slide and some information about our upcoming Legislative Sharing Day. We meet the first Wednesday of each year with our CAC and parent members and have a morning of legislative advocacy, a bit of education. We're learning, they're learning, we're learning together about the legislative process as well as the needs. We have students along with parents attending, and my experience as a SELPA leader has been that the student voice in the legislative chambers and assembly member and senators' offices is what's the most powerful. So we're working to ensure that their voice is a part of Legislative Sharing Day. The morning is crafted to just build enthusiasm and support around our legislative priorities. And then in the afternoon, we visit elected officials and share our stories. Story sharing is critical to us. As an association, we've taken on equity, diversity, and inclusion in an EDI internal dive. I believe the last time I was here, I spoke to this, and I'm happy to share that we've continued that work as an association, just wanting our leaders to have that tool bag of storytelling and the power of storytelling and relationship building around the equity and diversity principles. So that's a core component to our activities. Again, thank you. I don't know if Scott, if you wanted to add anything regarding our legislative advocacy, because I think it goes beyond Sacramento.
It does. And so if you're asking, well, what about at the federal level? Last year, our sister organization, also a nonprofit organization, the Coalition for Adequate Funding for Special Education, so you could see them there, their logo, they hosted a event. It was the first year since COVID that they went back to Washington, D.C. We also had representatives from State SELPA in attendance, as well as the California School Boards Association and the California Association of School Business Officials. And so we had a 4-day legislative advocacy trip back in July, and we're going the week after Legislative Sharing Day in Sacramento to DC again, pushing for the Right Idea Act. So looking at that congressional promise back in 1975 with the enactment of IDEA to fund the average expenditures up to 40%. So looking at that additional funding, and not just looking at the funding, but looking at the impact that would have on our outcomes for students with disabilities. So just know that there's federal advocacy going on as well. And just like the Sacramento event, we will have a parent attending DC as well. So that has been a tradition for that group as well, really because of that power to have the parent voice or the student voice wherever possible. So we're looking forward to that, and we could provide you some updates in some future meetings.
Thank you. Thank you again for this opportunity.
So pleased at the information that you shared, and thank you so much for the obviously the investment of time. And full disclosure, someone who's tracked on SELPAs for a number of years, and I appreciate Chair Engelken, the statement you made about the reflective work and how it led to strategic planning. I remember back in time where if you search SELPA on Google, you would just see what's a SELPA over and over and over again. And so the shift to show, don't tell, and really highlight the values of the organization that I don't think can be emphasized enough, the contributing through volunteerism. And we've heard a number of the state SELPA members say my day job. And so the contributions and the support of county and district superintendents and governance councils to ensure that we have a network that's cohesive around our vulnerable students and students with disabilities, as well as the outreach to other organizations to ensure that we are not excluding anyone. So thank you so much for your presentation today, but also the longstanding partnership between the SELPA Association and ACSE. We look forward to how it grows in the future. So I will start with comments on my left and then swing back to the right and then online.
Hi, thank you so much for presenting, and I agree with you that youth and parent voice should be in the center as always. One thing that I will say about SELPAs, in my opinion, is that I've advocated for this for a while now, but why not of having a SELPA Youth Advisory Council? Why not take it to that level? I mean, we have a lot of great administrators, and I'm sure you guys are doing great work, but why not have a youth board a part of it? Because I feel like that is another incredible idea to get this more involved. And also, I'm available to do things at the federal level too. I'll be a part of it. Just count on me too.
Thank you for that idea. And as a chair who's soon going to be passing the baton to this chair stepping in, I can assure you that the first idea that was floated, just to have that regular voice rather than going out on particular items, was very, very well received. And so we'd like to speak further to looking at how we can implement. If you look at the face of our committees, you're going to see so many common interests, and we need that well-rounded voice. So thank you for the offer.
I just wanted to say thanks for the presentation. I love it, and I love the work. I love just the strategic planning and the work that you're doing. Your expertise is so necessary in the state of California, all of you, and some of my favorite folks are SELPA directors. And so I love seeing its dissemination and utilization to support the whole field, and not just in the state of California, but at the federal level. There's just so much that can be done, and I just appreciate everything you're outlining. And coming back to the question with regard to emotional disability, which comes from federal law, I've long been advocating for a change in emotional disturbance to something else. So I love seeing this here. I'm wondering if there's a conversation, because I've been trying to have that at the federal level with relation to some change in federal legislation. And yes, 100% funding or 40% funding, or, I mean, yes, I'm all in for that.
Thank you. Regarding the label, we did some research, and we know that many other states have already taken this tact, but not at the federal level. So that's a great conversation for us to be engaged in. And we know this is just the tip of the iceberg, because we were really talking to multiple elected officials about this. Sometimes when we have legislation that we want to advance, we're searching for an author. That's not at all the case. So now's the time to strike.
I would definitely agree. And unfortunately, at the federal level, it's severe emotional disturbance. So it even has the additional word, as you know. So there's definitely some need for reauthorizations and numerous things, including potentially what you're referring to.
Sorry, I remember I did one. I just want to thank you both. I think one of the things you said earlier was that you had bipartisan support for the legislation, and that's a very rare word to hear these days. And I think that speaks a lot to what work you do, that you are, the theme I think today was building bridges. And I think hearing your work across the state with all the SELPAs and then bringing in parents, student voices, your work is really important, and we really appreciate it. So thank you for sharing with us and all your support for ACSE as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners online.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you. Excuse me. I just wanted to thank you guys for a wonderful presentation. And Dr. Turner, you're everywhere. I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for the work you're doing, the time, the commitment, and the dedication to student voice and student outcomes and parent voice and parent outcomes. It's beyond noteworthy. Just want to thank you for all the trips to Sacramento and DC. It's making a big difference, and I just wanted to acknowledge both of you for the work. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Ruiz.
So seeing no additional comments from commissioners, I'll ask for the public comment slide, and I'll just close with two thoughts. Obviously, we all appreciate the work, and I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize that there are different opinions, certainly members of the public and also professionals, and so want to emphasize the need for continued investment and growth of alternative dispute resolution as a process to listen, because we will not always agree, and so appreciate the commitment. And Commissioner Estes and I had a quick aside, and just would make a plug that alternative dispute resolution works in any field. Outside of special ed, and so the more we can scale those practices across public education and our community partners, the better. Chair-elect Turner, we look forward to working with you in the incoming year and appreciate your support so far. And Chair Engelken, I want to close just thanking you for being who you are, a consistent leader. We worked together a very long time ago, and I am so delighted that the quality of leader you are and the commitment you have to public education, families, and students has made a statewide impact.
Thank you. That's very meaningful.
So with that, I will ask for any public comments in the room and ask for members of the public who are online to begin dialing in. Seeing no public comments in the room, I will close public comment in the room and transition to any public comments online.
Caller ending in 0866. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Rita Lou, trustee on the San Bernardino County Board of Education. Good afternoon, and thank you, commissioners, for acknowledging parent concerns. I appreciate the SELPA Association presentation and encourage the association to promote best practices for the benefit of students. I'll give an example of a policy in the West End SELPA Fiscal Allocation Plan, which reimburses districts 100% for litigation, but only 20% for services. The WSELPA Fiscal Allocation Plan is never submitted to the CDE as part of the local plan. So no one knows that these policies are happening, and they're basically a perverse incentive to litigate. The presentation mentioned equal opportunity. Well, students who are being sued by districts to deny them an education do not have equal opportunity. So I hope you also include parents as part of the stakeholders that you want to build bridges
Thank you,
with.
caller.
Thank you.
Your time is up. Caller ending in 5107. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you'll have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Deborah Cam, and I am an appointee to the OAH Special Education Advisory Committee. The recent Wall Street Journal article showed that Irvine Unified SELPA spent $1 million in attorney fees against one child with disabilities. The litigation went on for 6 years, with Irvine appealing all the way up to the Ninth Circuit Court and losing. The board never approved this litigation, so the public wasn't even aware of this case. As an OAH advisory committee member, I will be making recommendations that OAH get verification of board approval prior to the starting of any litigation to ensure that what happened at Irvine Unified never happens again at any SELPA or school district in the state. SELPA directors SELPAs do not deserve more money when they are not transparent and are using tax dollars against children with disabilities, rather than for providing services as intended by law. Directors
Thank you, caller.
are not elected.
Your time is up. Caller ending in 0001. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Pam Ragland, AAAP again. I want to echo the comments about how the money is spent on litigation. We really, really need to look at that. I had one case where the district spent $35,000 and we hadn't even gone to litigation. Secondly, regarding emotional disturbance versus emotional disability, I think it's important to really tightly bound that. I see a lot of children with autism get wrongly classified with emotional disturbance, thinking that it's a transitory type of thing. So I hope we can make sure that there are qualifications around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 8614. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Veronica Coates from Tehama County SELPA and Department of Education, as well as the Pathways to Partnership project in the statewide system of support for alternative dispute resolution and prevention. And I just wanted to thank the SELPA Association for partnering with us on their annual Alternative Dispute Resolution Conference. They're the only association and the only entity actually in the state of California who has done a statewide ADR conference. And as we've embarked on in this work, instead of competing, we wanted to collaborate with our educational partners, as well as our parent partners, our family empowerment partners, and the community at large. And when we were working with them, our number one goal was to get more parents to that conference and more parents to feel safe and able to access the content, as well as be in the same room with the educators. And we really appreciate the association for listening to that feedback and being able to do that. We were able to fund almost 50 parents.
Thank you. Your time is up. Caller ending in 6595. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone, the public, Mrs. Arias from the YouTube Movement and CEO's organization. I am here to advocate for special needs children. I also support that we encourage local school districts to inform any initiation against a child. Unfortunately, it has come to our attention that school boards members are not being informed when a staff or someone within the district is initiating litigation against the special education children. Of course, I believe this is a Brown Act violation, but this needs to change at all levels. So I highly recommend that you encourage all districts inform the public of any initiation of litigation, and especially to come to the board members to be voted on and agreed upon. I thank you all for this opportunity to provide public comment. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Caller ending in 3787. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Patrick McGrew from Yolo County SELPA. I just wanted to piggyback on an earlier comment and how wonderful it was to be able to send parents from our county to the recent ADR conference. Our parent came back to our Community Advisory Committee meeting and was very excited to be able to connect with other parents and see the great work that's being done to work on these issues that sometimes come up between districts and parents. Thank you for all the great work you do.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. I will close this item. And just like magic, we are a little bit ahead of schedule. So assuming our next presenters aren't online yet, then we shall move forward. Very happy to welcome, sorry, I need to get my agenda up. From the CDE Legal Division, our presenter, Sarah Bancroft, Deputy General Counsel, for our update on Bagley-Keene requirements. This is for commissioners. And so I know all of us have completed our ethics training as well as our Form 700. And so this is part of our annual kind of capacity building. So Sarah, thank you so much for building our capacity. We yield the floor to you.
Awesome. Thank you. My name is Sarah Bancroft, as was announced, and I work for CDE in the legal division, and I am here to give you some training on Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. And so I understand there was a little issue with being able to share my screen using the Zoom. So I'm going to go ahead and verbally indicate when we're going to switch the slides. And so if you can just pull up for now, the first slide is just the intro. It is the just telling you who I am and the date of the meeting. And then we can just jump right in. All right, so I want to start out with talking about the purpose of the Bagley-Keene Act. The whole purpose of the act is transparency in decision making of our state and local agencies. And so the public has the right to have a seat at the table and understand what their officials and elected bodies and subcommittees are doing on their behalf. Public participation in government outweighs efficiency. It is far more important to make sure that the public is aware and is able to participate in our decision-making capacities as much as possible, as opposed to being fast or quick or getting things moved along in the manner that we might like. So in this sense, I think that it's important to say that the lack of efficiency is implied in Bagley-Keene, because transparency is not efficient by design. It can be frustrating. You have to be available for answering questions. You have to be able to hear from the public what their input is, and develop a strategy for doing that in as much of an efficient capacity as you can. But to the extent that it doesn't move quickly, you can't make it go any faster than it's going to go. So sometimes it is going to take a little bit longer, but this is entirely by design. Communications or discussions by a majority of members without the public's participation violates the act. So we want to be really careful about this and make sure that we're always incorporating public opinion into the decisions and jurisdiction of the governing bodies. So next slide. Right, and so just giving you a little bit of background on this, it was enacted in 1967. The act is found in Government Code 11120 through 11132 and sets forth the open meeting requirements for state bodies. It's modeled after the Ralph M. Brown Act, and that was enacted in 1953. And I know that many of you have come from public school sector and are very familiar with the Ralph Brown Act if you've worked with boards of districts or charter schools. But this act mimics it in a lot of ways. The Brown Act is an act that applies specifically to legislative bodies of local governmental agencies. That's why it applies to the school districts. And the Bagley-Keene Act extends the open meeting requirements to all state bodies, as opposed to the local agencies. The legislative intent of the act is that actions of the state agencies may be taken openly and that their deliberation be conducted openly. And that comes directly from the act itself. Some of the key components here to remember is that the act is all about public notice, public opportunity to speak, and conducting meetings in open session so that there's open deliberation. And next slide. So the bodies covered, we won't go into great detail about this because ACSE is one of the bodies that is covered, but I'll just go over it briefly as an overview so that you know what the act entails. Multi-member bodies are covered by Bagley-Keene. Determining whether a body is covered by the act involves a two-part test, and that is located at 11121A. And if it's two or more people and it's created by statute or required by law to conduct official meetings, then it's going to be a body that is subject to Bagley-Keene. Advisory bodies also are subject to Bagley-Keene. And so you have advisory bodies where they are created by legislature, such as ACSE, or if there's three or more members created by a formal action of another body. So if the State Board of Education were to create a body, then that would be an advisory body that is subject to Bagley-Keene. Delegated bodies, commissions by governors, bodies by membership, these are all covered. Next slide. So the first thing we're going to cover in relation to what the Act requires is meetings. The definition of a meeting is when you have a majority of members meet or otherwise communicate to hear, discuss, or deliberate upon any item that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the state body. And so we're going to hear a lot about hearing, discussing, deliberating. Those are kind of the key words, and we'll go over that in the next slide. But with this, the important thing to remember is that anytime you're communicating, this is a meeting. And so there's certain types of meetings that won't fall under this, which we'll go over later. But that's the basic definition of a meeting. And one thing I do want to caution you on is that a subcommittee of 3 or more members may constitute a state body, making the act fully applicable to that subcommittee. A majority of subcommittee is much smaller than a majority of the full commission. So say, for instance, you have 18 members of a commission. If you wanted to have a meeting that would be a quorum, what would a quorum mean? It would mean that you would have to have more than half of those members present. So that would be a total of 10 in that example. But you have to be aware of the subcommittees. So if you're creating a work group to discuss things that are under the subject matter jurisdiction of this committee, this advisory committee, then that would also constitute a subcommittee for the term of meetings. And so you might have to be subject to Bagley-Keene in that circumstance as well. So you want to be careful about creating subcommittees and work groups to be discussing things of importance to the committee as a whole without including the public. Always beware of the majority. So next slide. A meeting is not limited to action or voting. And this is an important part too. The keywords that I was telling you before: hear, discuss, and deliberate. So it doesn't matter if you're going to actually be voting on anything or creating something by the meeting. Even just hearing it or listening to it, even if you don't even participate, if you're discussing it with other people in your subcommittee or in the full body, then it is subject to the Bagley-Keene. So some of the examples that I was talking about before, study sessions or even pre-meeting briefing sessions, could fall under Bagley-Keene as well. So keep this in mind when you're looking at how many members are in that committee and how many people will constitute a majority in that circumstance. Conversations on an issue within the committee's jurisdiction or any aspect of the deliberative process are subject to it. A good example actually is this training today. So this is subject to Bagley-Keene and thus is being presented and open to the public in open session. So next slide. Serial meetings are prohibited. And this is something that you'll find in the Brown Act as well. Serial meetings refers to a series of communications, each of which involves less than a majority of members, but taken as a whole involves the majority of the body's members. The main idea here is that state body members cannot get around what must be done in open meetings by having a series of off-the-record conversations. Remember that emails, phone calls, text messages, any communications of any kind are all subject to this as well. So beware of the email. A series of communications with one person and members of the state body may result in a serial meeting. I have a little graphic here on the slide of spokes and a wheel. And so you have a center point there. And so one thing to remember is that intermediaries for a body can also be somebody who forms the center of the communication line. And just because they are not themselves a member of the subcommittee or the committee, they are still subject to Bagley-Keene because of the manner in which the communications are being distributed to them. So if you have one person who communicates with person A, who's on the committee, and then that same person then takes that information and communicates with somebody, person B, person C, and so forth, and just goes around creating the spokes of that wheel, that would be prohibited as a serial meeting. Also, you could have a chain of communications that may result in a serial meeting. The chain of communications is is when you have one member communicating with another member, and then another member communicates with another member, and it's not the same one every time. It goes in a series. So maybe person A talks to person B, B talks to C, C talks to D, and ultimately all the information is getting passed through all of the members. And that is also a prohibited serial meeting. If you ever have any questions on this, this is something that is a great question for a lawyer. So if you want to contact us, you can. Next slide. And just one further thing I wanted to add here, just from the last slide, is that for email communications, the same theories apply. So if you're emailing one person and that person emails it to another person, it's the same thing as the communications that are direct verbal communications. All right. So the practical advice to avoid serial meetings is that when you receive information, memos, agenda items, do not communicate among yourselves in the committee about the information or item outside of the properly noticed meeting. So it's okay if one person sends it all out. You just have to make sure you're not emailing anybody else in reply. So no reply alls, no replies to individual committee members, and you'll be safe. Next slide, please. So the special rules for telephonic meetings of an advisory commission. I wanted to tell you these because usually this is what our normal format is for Bagley-Keene, is you might have telephonic meetings via telephone or through Zoom meetings. But the ordinary rules for telephonic meetings of an advisory body differs from other state bodies. So we'll be looking at Government Code 11123.5 as compared to 111.23. So the other state bodies would be subject to 11123. So telephonic meetings are allowed with 24-hour notice, and remote participants are listed on the agenda and minutes. The location of the member and the state body who will participate remotely is not required to be disclosed on the public notice or email and need not be accessible to the public. It must designate the primary physical meeting location where the notice of where the public may physically attend to participate. So when you have a quorum of members in a state body in attendance, you can have people participate there, but they should have access to everybody. And members of the state body participating remotely shall not count towards an established quorum. Audio and disability access is required. If accessibility fails, the meeting must end. So those are all the special meeting rules. The notice of meeting. Next slide, please. Notice of meeting. You have to notice the meeting at least 10 days before, posting on places where the public can access it. The notice must include the date, time, and location of the meeting. The notice includes the name and contact information for any person who could provide further information. And the notice shall include a specific agenda containing a brief description on the items of business, which generally need not exceed 20 words. And that's all found on Government Code 11125. So next slide, please. We currently have temporary special rules for telephonic and video conferencing meetings of an advisory commission. Now, this is established by Government Codes 11123.2 and 11123.5. It was amended from SB 544, and it permits alternative teleconferencing options for advisory bodies that are available only from the time period of January 1st, 2024 to January 1st, 2026. It's called the Laird Bill. It defines teleconference broadly to include audio, video, both electronic, what have you, any kind of ways that the committee can meet. whether in the same location or in different locations. And you'll notice this differs a little bit from the telephonic meeting requirements in that this allows for a little bit more flexibility for people to participate remotely, particularly because of the changing environment post-COVID and during COVID while it's still around. And so this is a temporary time period, mainly because we've been kind of working and changing as the time periods go by based on medical and safety requirements. So nobody wants to go about changing the act permanently. So we keep extending it and extending it by various bills. So next slide. So I'm not going to go over all of these things here. Hopefully you'll get a copy of this so that you can see it. But briefly, there is a number of differences between the temporary special rules for telephonic and video conferencing and the regular telephonic conferencing. You have to designate a physical location in the 10-day notice. That's important because in case the public wants to attend, they should be able to attend in a public location. At least one staff member must be present at the primary physical location. The advisory body shall notice the public at least 24 hours before the meeting. Remote locations for advisory members are not required to be disclosed, but they do need to be accessible to the public. So if you have somebody like today where we have people attending by Zoom, that they should be able to still hear and access and comment in the same manner that they would if they were there in person. Members appearing remotely shall be listed in the minutes of the meeting. And this is a little bit different than normal. You want to be able to make sure that the public understands who was present at the meeting and who was participating in that meeting, even if they weren't physically there at the location. Public participation in the teleconference must be equivalent to the telephonic online means of other members participating remotely. If the remote public participation method fails, you have to end the meeting, adjourn. That is consistent with what we normally do. Members must be visible on camera. And if there are any technical problems, then the member must announce a reason when turning off the cameras. So here is an unusual little twist to our Zoom world, is that now we want to make sure that the public can see the person who's speaking and is aware of that person, because it may be possible that you don't get to hear the differences in voices, or maybe you might have some concern that you don't know who's the speaker if they don't announce themselves every time, or if it's simply audio that that people might not be following who's the person who is representing the comment or the statement, so or the vote. So you want to make sure that that's all, that the cameras are on and they report out if they have some technical difficulty. Next slide, please. So agenda items are one of the key things that we remember in Bagley-Keene is the agenda is really important. You cannot deliberate on items that are not on the agenda. This goes back to our whole basic rule that you need to provide access to the public, and if they don't know what you're going to be talking about, they won't know that they want to attend. You must allow for public comment on each agenda item. You can limit the amount of time for each speaker, and you can ask but not require members of the public to sign in. And so really, another thing to consider here is that we're doing this for the public. It's for the public's benefit. And so you don't necessarily get to know who they are, but they definitely get to know who you are. And we can provide some minimum limitations such as time for speaking, but ultimately what we want is their participation. All right, next slide. So closed session items. Closed session is only permitted in very specific situations. And some examples of that would be pending litigation, because if you're in the middle of negotiating something on a case that hasn't been resolved yet, you're going to want to have some communications with an attorney or be able to discuss pending litigation without exposing your strategy or affecting the case that is not yet concluded. Personnel matters because that involves the confidentiality of personnel, and you don't want that information being publicized that relates to them specifically, and so forth. That's all listed out in the Act so that you can see the exact things that you can and cannot discuss in closed session. But it is very limited because we don't want to close off the access to the public if at all possible. Consider consulting your legal counsel if you think a closed session is necessary. I say that just because even the best of us who have been doing it a long time, sometimes we can forget and just say, oh, this is something of a sensitive matter. Maybe we should put this into closed session, but it's not something that actually falls under the allowable items for closed session. So do talk to an attorney if you have any concern about it, or if you think that you're going to want to, do a closed session. Next slide, please. And going back to the public's interest here, they have important rights. They have the right to notice, right to attend, right of accessibility. They can't be required to sign in. The right to record a meeting. This one is something that people tend to get very sensitive about, recording the meeting if they bring a cell phone or if they bring an audio recording device that is completely permissible. They have that right. They have the right to directly address the body. They have the right to criticize. And this is another thing that gets people up in arms sometimes, because sometimes it can be very stressful if somebody's coming at you with what seems to be a personal attack or something that you feel is rude or something like that. It's important to give them the right to criticize, because ultimately you're not going to be abused in the course of a meeting, but they do have the right to tell you if they're unsatisfied with something, they don't agree with something, or they think that you should be doing something differently. And then the right to agendas and other relevant writings prepared or presented to the state body are also things that the public has the right to see. So it may be that you're just posting the agendas on the website and they can download it and look at it at their leisure, or relevant writings such as like board reports or something like that that's going to be presented and discussed as a whole body. Those are things that the public can have access to. And next slide. A violation can have very serious consequences. And so with this, you want to be ultra careful. A violation of Bagley-Keene may result in a misdemeanor criminal prosecution. And so that can mean money. It could mean jail time. It can mean a number of things, but it'd be a misdemeanor criminal offense potentially if there is prosecution based on that. Actions taken in violation of the law may be considered void. This is also problematic if you're trying to get some things passed or things done through actions. If the action was not properly noticed, agendized, discussed, and voted on in the public's purview with their ability to comment, that may mean that there's a violation. Action is null and void. There can be attorney's fees associated with violations that can be very costly to the agency, and it can harm the agency's reputation. So you never want to have any kind of willful violation of Bagley-Keene, because again, that's not what we're here for as a public body. We're trying to incorporate the public's access and public's input into the things that we do. It does require willfulness, so you don't need to be too worried if you just make a mistake. However, do keep in mind that there is an expectation that you will understand the rules of Bagley-Keene and that you will have trainings such as today's that will give you the information you need and the tools that you need to not make any kind of violations of the Bagley-Keene Act. And one other thing is that it can, these consequences can be imposed on not just a chair and not just individual members, but it could be all the members, it could be some of the members. So do always keep Bagley-Keene in mind when preparing for each meeting. Next slide, please. So a communication among board members or committee members can be frustrating sometimes because you want to be friendly and you want to be able to communicate with each other on a personal level. So what can you do to avoid any problems? If you want to have a purely social conversation, talk about your kids, talk about your daughter's wedding or what have you, those are perfectly fine communications to have. Even if you're in a majority group that establishes a quorum, that is fine. You can have social gatherings and communicate with each other on things that are not under the jurisdiction of the main body. The majority may attend a training or other events, as I just mentioned, just as long as you're careful to talk about only things that are purely outside of the realm of ACSE's committee purposes. And next slide. Communicating with the public outside of the meeting. You can share the work of the committee. So I know a lot of people have a lot of interest in the things that they do. They want to share this with their friends, and that is perfectly fine to do. It is important to indicate whether the views you're expressing are those of the committee or your own. Listen when communicating with public members, and do not indicate how you intend to vote on any pending matter if you're going to be communicating with members of the public outside of the meeting. I would suggest that kind of as the most important points, just to watch out for discussing, doing, or hearing about most anything related to your committee's work. Specifically, if it's not a general item where you're just kind of giving an overview, if you're actually talking about something specific to your work, that you maybe don't discuss that in detail. If you have a communication such as that, even with members outside of the public, if you have members of your committee present and it constitutes a quorum, it can still be subject to Bagley-Keene. So that is something just to keep in mind if you're going to be at an event with some of your committee members and the public at large. Also, remember always to watch out for the reply all in your emails. Or text messages, which relates to the rule against the so-called serial meetings. Try not to get frustrated with the slow progress of a multi-member group. And that pretty much is it.
Sarah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Do you have any questions for me? Next slide. I just wanted to make sure you guys have some resources available to you as well. These are some sources for the information that I'm talking about. One of the things that I highly recommend is the Attorney General's Handy Guide to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Even though it's a really old publication, most of it is still accurate. The only things that have really changed are the things related to telephonic and video conferencing meetings. And that is going to be located at this point under Bill Text for SB 544. There's also some other resources, a memorandum that you can look at that are listed here and the websites where you can find them. But yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. I have a few minutes if you want to ask.
Thank you, Sarah. I have one question from slide 5. And full transparency, we are not going to be changing practices anytime soon as a commission. But the language that says caution, a subcommittee of 3 or more members may constitute a state body. Perhaps, as a follow-up, could you give us more details on that? Because while we totally agree with you, transparency takes time. There are some areas we want to maximize efficiency in our conversations and planning for the meeting. And so any clarity that you could provide around what types of subcommittees constitute a state body and what types of subcommittees do not and can proceed with some conversations.
Yeah. So that's the reason that I put may in there is because it's going to be dependent on whether it's a subcommittee, and how many people are in that subcommittee. So if you have only 3 members of a subcommittee or a work group or whatever you want to call it, that is working specifically on the subject matter jurisdiction of the ACSE committee as a whole, and has been assigned to look at a specific detail that is going to be discussed as a whole with the rest of the body, then 2 people discussing would create the quorum. And so that's the problem. And then it would be subject to Bagley-Keene, even though that subcommittee only has 3 people in it. And so it's a much smaller number. And so it's really hard to say what does and doesn't constitute without knowing what it is that they're discussing. But the best rule of thumb is whenever you have some derivation of the main group that is established specifically to look into something, if you're creating, like bylaws or something for ACSE as a whole, and you have a subcommittee that's specifically looking into language that is going to then be presented as preferred language for the rest of the committee to see. I mean, that might be something that is subject to Bagley-Keene, and you would want the public's participation in that because that is something that is of relevance and importance to the public. And it is something that you would be doing as a committee or for the purposes of establishing the rules for your committee. So I guess that's one example, but you would really I would really need to know exactly what it is that the subcommittee was formed to do. And then I could provide more advice on that.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And as you explained it, that affirms the practices that we've established with the department in terms of how we are currently managing our subcommittees. And so when we have specific questions about subcommittees, we will certainly work with the department and reach out with any additional questions. So are there any other questions from commissioners? Anyone want to do a deep dive on public meeting requirements? Going once? Going twice? All right, Sarah, thank you so much. I want to transition to public comment. Any members of the public in the room who wish to make public comment on the current topic, please feel free to line up at the microphone in the back. Any members of the public who are online who would like to make public comment on this topic, we ask that you begin dialing in. Seeing no members of the public in the room wishing to make comment, I will close public comment in the room and pause an additional 15 seconds to see if there's anyone online or calling in.
Caller ending in 5107. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Deborah Cam, and I'm an appointee to the OAH Special Education Advisory Committee. I'd like to point out that the phone number to call in is not on the website or on the agenda, and this made it very difficult to join this meeting. And several people were precluded from commenting today. I think that's a problem. You should also not be forcing people to provide their name. We have many parents who are being retaliated against, and you are discouraging participation by doing that. I also believe that asking for their affiliation shows a bias towards those who work in agencies or organizations over private citizens such as parents and other taxpayers. Irvine Unified prohibited criticism of employees, which led to the ACLU determining that that was against the First Amendment rights. All special education litigation must be voted on at school board meetings to ensure transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 6321. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi. I declined to state my name due to fear of false imprisonment after I made public comment at Del Mar Union School District Board meeting, criticizing Superintendent Holly McClurk for mistreating my son. JPA attorneys Daniel Shenoff and Summer Del Sandro from Fagan, Friedman, and Fulfrost conspired and filed a restraining order against me. And when that was denied, they filed 2 more under penalty of perjury. It was not on the board agenda for each of those. And they made false statements. There is no oversight. I went to the DA. I made a police report. So we need oversight. These attorneys are running the schools, and they are harming our children. My son is traumatized. He had no parents at his graduation because of their illegal conduct. I've sent you many letters, and no one has responded. This is unacceptable. My son has severe post. We both are severely harmed by your conduct, and I ask that you
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller ending in 001. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Pam Ragland, AAAP, and also a parent, by the way, of special needs kids. This is an interesting conversation. I'm glad we're talking about public participation. Another area that I believe is important to clarify is any contract with a law firm regarding special education should also come before the public. For example, it's come to my attention that FFF, who was just being discussed, is doing supposed audits of school district student files, even if there's no litigation, to basically tell the districts that they're fine if they try to litigate, which is nonsense. So all those things should come before the public, and we'd really appreciate trying to think more about transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no callers at this time.
Sarah, again, thank you for your time. We will move on in the agenda, and this concludes item 8. Moving into item 9, reports from our state special schools. So thank you, Director Hilbeck-Amon, for being here. We'll start with our special schools presentation or update, and then we will have Commissioner Sherrout.
Hello, good afternoon. I don't have a PowerPoint for you today, and I realized that I may sound like a broken record. So this afternoon, I'm going to be a little bit different. I just want to have an open opportunity for you to ask me any questions, but simultaneously, I'd like to let you know, find out what your interests are that you want to learn more about from my division for the next committee meeting. So let me know what topics you'd like me to cover and include, because many things that I've mentioned previously before are very well known and familiar to a lot of you. So I'd love to give that option to you for me to bring you or bring to the table an open discussion. Any thoughts?
Hi, thank you. I just always very curious to see if there's any more information about the task force for the interpreter shortage. What if there are any new, new programs or new ideas on how we can fix this issue that so many of our kids are facing, having no interpreters or unprepared interpreters in the classrooms. Thank you.
More than happy to share with you the information that I have at the next meeting. Currently, what I can, and I can give you a little bit of an answer at this point, the state of California has no interpreter requirement. We don't have any strict licensure requirement within the state of California. It means they're relying on a national level of certification or criteria. We have educational interpreters, and those that are responsible for monitoring them, well, that's a great question. It's becoming, we get a little bit of a runaround with that to figure out who's actually in charge of that. I'd like to set up a task force, and I'm working to set up a task force to try to improve this situation for all of our students statewide. But again, the requirement, it requires the State Board of Education to be involved as well, and legislators. But I, again, am more happy to move forward. And based on the research I've done and the things I have learned, for me to set up a task force can be done. However, there's no funding currently associated with that task force. So if you have any money available, please let me know. But otherwise, this work is going to be requiring at least 1.5 to 2 years. It's going to be requiring our stakeholders to come be involved, and a commitment to making sure that the educational interpreter requirements are reviewed and revised, because what we have in place is currently not working.
Thank you. Hi. So I guess 2 things that I'm really interested in learning more about is, I remember last time you did a presentation on about the blind/deaf schools across California, and I'm really interested in hearing on how are they progressing, like stats and data and things of like the issues they're facing in California, and I want to figure more about that, because it's commonly not really heard about usually. Like, I'm hearing about all these schools and all this, but I never really hear about those schools, and I really want to learn more about. And another thing that I would say is about, I want to know if there are students with deaf or hearing disabilities in our juvenile hall system, and what is that like for them? I want to know if there's data or stats on that. That would be cool to learn about too. And I want to know if there is funding for that too.
Very good topics. I will definitely bring those to your attention at the next meeting. Thank you.
We've talked a lot about parent and student voice today. So I'm curious, what are the kids talking about? And what are you hearing from parents? And I'll just leave that very broad.
It's probably going to take a lot more time than I have to explain, but the reality is just a very clear, simple discussion. This morning I went to the legislature to testify on SB 1316, and that bill is to increase funding for all of our staff working at the 3 schools, all positions, because currently all of their salaries are based on the state model and the state employment model. They're not comparable to their school districts that surround them and the school district's personnel. And it's a massive gap between the two. So my story during that testimony is something that many parents were very happy to find out, that when they learned about the residential schools having availability, a lot of them weren't even aware of the schools, because the school districts don't share that information as a resource. They look at the least restrictive environment as the last placement possible, being at one of our state schools. But that shouldn't be the case. It should be determined based on the individual education plan and that team. But it typically doesn't happen. They're trying to save money by keeping their students within their school district or not sharing that information. But the students are missing out on a wonderful opportunity to attend a deaf school or the visually impaired school, where they have far more resources available to these students. And when parents learn about these programs, by the way, on their own, typically through friends or word of mouth, and want to place their child there, and they end up able to, it's always a positive outcome, because their child thrives. They have full access to language, resources, information, and it's very positive. So of course, we do face challenges within the state special schools in terms of more resources, much like you have all discussed today, more resources for our Deaf Plus students, for our deaf disabled students. They require more resources. So we are working on those, and we've emphasized that to the SELPAs and the LEAs both, that we need them to partner together, because the SELPAs have a wealth of resources compared to the state special schools. They have access to grants, special funding for SELPAs and LEAs that become available to both of them, that the state special schools are not considered eligible for those resources and therefore do not get them. So they rely on the County Office of Education for more support. It becomes very complicated in the process. As simple as possible is, unfortunately, it's not as simple as we'd like it to be. We're looking for a more open conversation with all the entities involved so that we can get individuals what they need, because it's really both. It's a state school and a local school, and we need all of them to work together.
Your question and your answer actually made me think of my daughter's hard of hearing, and we live pretty far from the state schools. If we were closer, I think we probably would have put her in there. And like many others, we learned about the opportunities on our own. It isn't something that the districts will advertise, I think for money reasons. But and I guess just first, for anyone who's listening who isn't familiar, when we talk about least restrictive environment in special ed, it isn't always the same thing for students who are deaf or hard of hearing. And so that's, I think, one of the points that Dr. Leibach-Gaumann is making about sometimes having the opportunity to interact with other students who can communicate together in a ASL or bilingual ASL and English environment is what is actually the least restricted environment for many students. And as a parent of a child who is hard of hearing, one of the things we learned about was something called critical mass. And that's this concept that you need a certain number of students to have this social and educational setting to make it an actually impactful and allow for meaningful social interactions, peer relationships, interacting with educators who can also communicate with them. And thinking to all the presentations we had today, we have all these other sort of statewide SELPAs and different practice groups that are sharing out. I would love to see the special schools be able to connect with these regional groups to share best practices and to help build sort of mini critical masses, mini special schools throughout the state. And so I know the state funding isn't there for that, but I think for many students who are not able to get access to the three special state schools, having sort of that other opportunity that maybe we can tap into these other statewide resources and to get students from all around the state to have similar resources and access. So that's just my comment, I guess. Thank you.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. I am in full agreement. You said it beautifully. I do want to emphasize that, well, it's exhausting when you look at special ed division and you look at the special ed and inclusion, and you talk about special ed and inclusion, and then deaf students. I mean, honestly, inclusion is a bad word in the deaf community. It truly is, because inclusion means isolation. You are pulling a deaf child. I mean, assuming that putting them in a mainstream program with an interpreter is sufficient and they will be fine, but it's not. They are lacking their peer interaction. They're lacking that social for their mental health and their well-being. It's critical. Deaf adults who are mainstreamed grow up and get out in the world and they struggle because they don't know where they fit in. They don't have a sense of belonging. And that's what I always find myself trying to figure out. All ages are critical. I don't like the word of saying it's too late, because it's never too late, ever. But again, I want to emphasize, starting with our babies, knowing that 95% of parents who have a deaf baby are hearing, and they don't sign. And the first deaf person they've ever met is their own child that they just gave birth to. And they don't know what to do. They have no idea what to do with that child. So, you know, a story that happened last week, I got an email. I get so many emails from a variety of people, families, community members, people who are afraid to comment, but say so to me. And one school district said that they provided a family as part of their individual family service plan, an IFSP. They provided, this baby's not even 3 yet. They provided a virtual support services for 30 minutes once a week. How is that possible? I mean, are you serious? The parents are left on their own. They're not getting the right resources or support or communication. My baby is so excited, but how do I communicate with them? There's so many techniques and strategies that we can use with our deaf babies. We can't wait until they're in school and they're finally able to learn. They can learn, but they can learn as early as you can give them language access. It's very concerning. And so here we are in 2024, still facing this conversation. The world is getting smaller because of technology, but it's more isolated than ever because of technology. It's very challenging. It requires a much larger conversation, more people to be open-minded. Often we get hit with the no, my way or the highway, but it doesn't work like that. So I am very proud of California. One thing I will say is the deaf community in both the ASL and oral community are working together because they really want the best for all deaf children. Give parents choice. Whatever the parents pick, it doesn't matter. Give them choice. Ensure that these kids, don't keep them separate from each other. Put them together because they grow and thrive together.
That just brought me to the question I wanted to ask you, which is, you have so much expertise. How is that deployed or shared with the rest of California and the other community? They know that isn't in your school, so I'm just curious.
There are many organizations that host these. Well, California is one where we're involved, but there is the CalEd Conference, California Educators for Deaf. There is California Association of the Deaf. But all of these organizations are all part of our community. So I am removing myself from that to be part of the county offices. I'm a strong believer that we partner with our county offices because they are so receptive to this kind of conversation. And as a school superintendent, previous to my role as director, I would often attend the County Office of Education superintendent meetings. Many of them have become my friends. And I would be present and visible, and just my presence could be educational. It became easier for them. Often when you first meet someone and you sit down with them, it has to be sort of an informal approach, not just a meeting necessarily, but a social opportunity on a personal level can have more impact. And I'm looking forward to going and being part of the state SELPA with the team that's here. And so I'm looking forward to those opportunities with SELPAs. And I just learned today, I was not even aware, but there is a California early childhood group that I would love to go and be a part of. So I've made a note for myself, so I'll see you there, Heather, but I made a note for myself, and that's just an example of being a part of those.
So I come from a very small area of California that's super rural. And so when we're talking about inclusion and moving beyond inclusion and talking about actual belonging and our students who are deaf, who are often segregated, what do you have any advice for our communities that are so small where that may not even be an option because they might be the only person in the community? And how can we make sure that they have an authentic sense of belonging in those settings?
I have two thoughts. There are two ways. If they're young, have them go to a school that's close to a deaf school, wherever they have in north or south. I'm not sure. Are you from Northern California? So we have a good number of deaf students that go to Fremont from Northern California, and they love it. In fact, people think that sending their student there means that they are disconnected from the community, but they're not. In fact, they value their community even more because they are, they're my people, so to speak. They go back to their town and they say, these are my people during weekends and summer and during winter break and et cetera. And being away from their parents, they create that sense of where they're born and raised. Moving doesn't, previously it used to, but moving doesn't make you feel separated from that because, again, technology can help with that. But also that sense of community, too. Have everyone in the community take classes. Let people learn. We call it a reverse mainstream. Have the teachers learn sign language. And if the teachers learn, the students learn. And it can be successful to have their peers. My son, I lived in Tucson, excuse the interpreter. I lived in Tucson for 20 years. And the University of Arizona was set up by, it had a program where it was a reverse mainstream. We had many hearing children going to that school, and it was a bilingual school. Everyone required sign. Nobody used their voices. And we all socialized. I sent my son to school there, and I couldn't tell who was deaf or hearing looking at these kids talking to each other because they were so fluent with each other and interactive with each other. And that continued for 5 years. They ran out of funding. It was a grant at that point. But the point is you can make it happen within your communities. It is very possible if you provide ASL classes to the community as a whole, and then everyone can join.
One last question for me. Is there a national network of special schools? And do you see similarities from state to state, or is California pretty unique in terms of our structure?
The special ed structure is different. We do have, 2 layers. We have this LEAs and the SELPAs here that makes us very unique from others. But when it comes to the deaf school system itself, it's pretty much standardized across the country. We do face the same kinds of challenges. We are very actively involved at the national level, organizations where they work with our schools, our deaf schools, and our VI programs all over America. We come together and have the same conversations, always talking about least restrictive environment, always, because there's it's a very misunderstood, probably one of the most misinterpreted laws. And that's why, like someone mentioned earlier this morning, trying to reauthorize IDEA, trying to enhance and improve it, making it clearer. As you are aware, the United States Legislature currently is not, it's not on their priority list. It's just not. It's on hold. It's been on hold for the last several years.
Any last questions or comments from commissioners? Director, we always appreciate your comments and look forward to our next conversation with you, and appreciate the flexibility of your presentation today.
My pleasure. Thank you all so much for having me here. And I look forward to bringing back what you have asked me to bring back for you at the next meeting. Thank you.
Commissioners, now is an opportunity for us to share out on our activities since our last meeting. And so if you have any activities that you'd like to share with the group in terms of your responsibilities as a liaison or partnerships or even presentations that you may have been involved in, now is our opportunity just to share. I had an opportunity to connect with the SECO administrators. They have a monthly meeting, and I attend the meeting and share our updates. And so I provided kind of a quick overview of our last meeting, as well as what we were looking forward to, and always appreciate hearing from the special education administrators of county offices in terms of what they are facing in the field, challenges and successes. When we met, it was March. And so March is a challenging time for all administrators, and our SECO leaders express the same in terms of it's kind of a period when you are wrapping up the year, spring break, staffing, planning for next year. And so all of the opportunity, challenge, and strain that creates on a system that is, the director of the state special schools shared, like staffing becomes an issue in terms of trying to recruit service providers for specialized programs. And so I look forward to meeting with them. I believe I check in with them again in May for another update.
So besides on the commission, I was able to join following up with SONY, with the Native American tribes communities in ACLU. So I had the opportunity to join the Siskiyou County Collaborative Planning meeting, which they were planning a big tribal outreach event that already happened on April 12th and April 13th, where people from the community from Native reservations can come to this event and access free disability programs and free things and get tested. So that's something that I wanted to share out, is that's what's happening in the Native reservation areas, and I'm continuing to be a part of their work and see what's it like for them.
I have an update from the charter school world. At the last meeting, Commissioner Hamilton spoke a little bit about AB 1505, which is a law that impacts charter renewals. It was put in place a few years ago, but then was subject to a 2-year moratorium because of the impacts of COVID. That ends at the end of this school year. And so something that has happened since our previous meeting is that CDE provided notifications to charters in March around what tier they'll be in, which is a big component of that law. The law it splits charters into 3 tiers, high, middle, and low, and those determine how the authorizers will interact with the charters through their renewal. It also impacts the possible length of term that the charters would be seeking, from 2, 5, or 7 years. And so with those updates from CDE, charter schools now have where they fall within those tiers. That's based on the last 2 years of dashboard data. And this upcoming summer, 2024, will be the first time that petitions are submitted for charter schools under this new law. So it will be a really interesting time to see how authorizers are kind of interpreting and managing renewals under that law.
Just quickly, we had a presentation on from the Health and Human Services Department in not the last meeting, but the one before that, about the reform around health education partnerships and the new school-linked fee schedule, which is going to allow for healthcare billing by educational entities. I would just encourage us to stay on top of that reform and how it's rolling out, and maybe when we're looking at agenda setting, we could talk about that, because students with IEPs, their services, students with disabilities services on their IEPs are not billable through the full school-linked fee schedule. However, those students with disabilities are eligible for services under the school-linked fee schedule, meaning if they're not the services on their IEP, but they require social, emotional, behavioral health services, those are accessible to those students. And there are other billing capacities for students with disabilities, although I fully advocate for the 40% funding under the IDEA. We need that. So that's one piece of information I'm working on, helping implement that. It's going to be complex and important to special education, I think. The other is I recently attended something I'd never heard of, which is called ASU GSV. It's Arizona State University Global Silicon Valley's conference on education technology, the future of education and technology together. And I was just there the past couple days. It's pretty extraordinary. So for any of us interested in education technology and the future of AI in education and technology in education, I think it's something for us to be thinking about, and maybe even having them come present on their work at some point. Thanks.
Any additional commissioner reports? Okay, with that, I will close this item and ask any members of the public wishing to make comment on this topic to please begin lining up, and members of the public who would like to call in to please do so as well. Please feel free. So, can you make sure your microphone is on? Why don't you come use the podium? So, yeah, thank you.
There we go. This one's working. Scott Turner, Chair-elect for SELP Administrators of California. I just wanted to respond to Dr. Leibach-Ammen's comment and share that she has come out to SELPA Association meetings in the past, and we'd love to have you back. I know you're in connection with our chair, Elizabeth Engelken. Also want to share, I had a team that was able to go up to the Fremont School, and her VI team took us in with open arms and took us around the campus and showed us all the resources and also the training that you have available for LEAs that might not be located closely to that school, but want to take some of those practices back to their local programs. And I know tomorrow, I think we have a VI assessment training in LA. So you have some of your staff coming down. So there is that networking occurring, and it needs to occur more. Yes, we all agree. And so we look forward to having you at a future meeting. Thank you.
Not seeing any additional members of the public in the room wishing to make comment, I will close public comment in the room and call for any public comments from call-in folks. We're just holding in the room, waiting for a tech issue to be resolved very quickly.
Caller ending in 7210. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Laura, and I have been a parent in the special education system for many years. I'm a member of the Special Education Advocate Leaders Seals group on Facebook, which currently has over 3,700 members. Please, parents, remember to contact with us. I do not support giving more money to SELPA because I have seen firsthand how they hand money to attorneys to litigate against our students, to deny them basic services. Currently, there are no checks and balances in how this money is spent. School board members do not put litigation on the agenda for the public to see, and they are not taking notes on whether or not to litigate against students. It is all happening underground, and I think I know why. Some districts do not want the public to know that they are using educational dollars to sue kids rather than help them. I ask this commission to look into the issue of how students with disabilities are being litigated against without any authorization by school boards. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller ending in 0001. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
This is Pam Ragland, AAP, and also a parent. I have a concern about the shift of the money or the direct billing. I believe that this has already been an issue where we fight over services, calling them medically necessary versus something that's educationally necessary. And I believe that can definitely cause or incent the schools to try to not have things on the IEP that really belong there. So it really needs to be looked at. And then also, I want to, regarding the AI, students with dyslexia do not do well with virtual services. I happen to be someone who's been getting in-person services for my virtual charter schools for a very long time, and I knew that was going to be a failed experiment. So please keep that in mind as we talk about things like AI, because those students need in-person services. Thank you.
Thank you. Number ending in 6321. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
I decline to state my name for reasons previously stated. San Diego County Office of Education is pooling their money with the state to use tax dollars to fund JPA risk management attorneys Daniel Shinoff and FFF Sumro DeSandro, with a history of illegal and unethical conduct to retaliate against parents. Shinoff had filed a false restraining order against me, had the case moved to his friend Judge Whitney at San Diego Superior Court. Administrators Jenny Ha and Schick met alone with the judge in violation of court rules and my right to due process and a fair hearing. That case is now in the appellate court with corrupt Justice Judith McConnell, Dotto, and Ariane, who were all involved in the RICO and judicial bribery scandal in San Diego, where Judge Greer and Adams were all indicted. There is a serious fraud here with our tax dollars that they are using not to help our children. They are using it to benefit themselves and harm our children. And they are not even filing their
Thank you, caller.
Form 700 and
Time is up.
exposing their conflict of interest.
Caller ending in 2586. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Randa Fletcher. I am the parent of 2 children on IEPs and one that is about to enter high school. And this is in the Corona Norco Unified School District. The CDE implemented a third pathway to a diploma, and our school district has no idea how to implement this third pathway. It would benefit the CDE to give out better guidance on how to give certain classes for our kids to receive a diploma. So if you guys can please put together something that's easier for districts to access to know how to follow this third pathway would be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 5107. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have exactly 1 minute. Your time starts now.
I'm a concerned parent and taxpayer. It was interesting to hear about public participation in meetings, even in things like bylaws committees. Irvine Unified School District called the police on a parent and member of the public who tried to go to a CAC bylaws committee meeting. Calling the police is an abuse of power and shows just how far school districts like Irvine Unified will go to hide how special education dollars are spent. It also shows just how punitive and retaliatory Irvine Unified is against parents and the public. Irvine Unified also hides its contracts with law firms from the public, one of which allows for fees of up to $1,390 per hour. That creates an incentive to sue children with disabilities using taxpayer dollars that are meant for special education services. These abuses need to stop. School districts like Irvine Unified School District need to stop using special education funds to funnel money into private attorneys.
There are no callers at this time.
With that, we will close item 9 and move into item 10, general public comment. Any members of the public wishing to make public comment in the room, we ask that you line up at the front podium, and we will show the slide for members of the public who wish to call in. And this is general public comment, and we will pause for anyone in the room. Not seeing anyone in the room wishing to make public comment, we will transition and pause, and feel free to begin the public comment if there's anyone calling in.
There are no callers at this time.
So with that, I will close public comment on item 10 and thank everyone for your participation today. We begin again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Promptly. And with that, we will adjourn day 1 of our Advisory Commission on Special Ed. Thank you, everyone.